In the ancient kingdom of Zikora, a young prince named Jisiri lost everything: the throne, his family's honor, and the trust of the people, because of a jealous uncle who would stop at nothing to seize power. But what his uncle didn't know was that reclaiming the throne meant facing a creature older than the rivers themselves, a monstrous serpent god whose gaze could freeze the heart and whose coils could crush kingdoms. Jisiri thought he could gather a band of heroes and succeed, but nothing could prepare him for the storms, illusions, and betrayals waiting along the sacred river. This is the story of how a prince hunted by destiny, aided by a fearless warrior, a cunning trickster, a mighty wrestler, and a spirit-bending drummer, dared to challenge an immortal serpent, reclaim his birthright, and face the dark truths about loyalty, courage, and the price of power. Every choice he makes could bring glory or doom. And as the serpent waits, coiled and patient, one wrong move could cost him everything, again. Before we dive deeper into this epic tale, we'd love to know where you are watching from. Tell us in the comments. And if you love high-stakes fantasy filled with mermaids, magic, love, and sacrifice, don't just watch, be part of our adventure. Like this video, share it with someone who loves powerful stories, and hit that subscribe button, because tomorrow, we've got an extra special story lined up for you, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. A huge thank you to all our amazing channel members. Your support helps us keep these magical tales alive and thriving. Long ago, when the sun was still young and the rivers carried songs of the ancestors, there was a great kingdom called Zikora. Its land was wide, stretching from the red hills in the east to the endless forest in the west, and from the roaring rivers of the north to the salty breath of the southern sea. The people of Zikora were strong and proud, known for their carved masks, their drumming that shook the ground, and their golden throne that gleamed brighter than midday sunlight. But even the brightest throne casts a shadow. Zikora's king was Oba Jumo, a wise man with a chest like a drum and a voice that carried like thunder. His people loved him, for under his rule the yam harvest was always plentiful, the rivers never ran dry, and the warriors kept enemies far away. He had only one son, Prince Jisiri, the child of his beloved queen. Jisiri was tall and broad-shouldered, with skin the color of polished mahogany and eyes sharp like the talons of an eagle. His smile was said to calm storms, and his anger could silence a crowd. From his youth, he trained with warriors, wrestled with champions, and listened to the songs of Griot so that he would one day wear the golden crown of Zikora. But not everyone wished to see Jisiri on the throne. King Oba had a younger brother named Oba Kunta, a man whose heart was darker than the bottom of a calabash left in the night. Kunta had always envied his brother's power. He envied the crown, the people's love, and even the young prince who would one day inherit it all. When King Oba Jumo grew weak with age, and his voice no longer roared like thunder, Kunta began to plot. One hot evening, as the drums of the marketplace slowed and the moon climbed into the sky, Oba Jumo called his son to his hut. The smell of burning shea butter lamps filled the air, and the night insects sang outside. "My son," the old king said, his voice trembling like a dry leaf, "the ancestors are calling me. Soon, I will join them beyond the veil. When I am gone, the golden throne of Zikora shall be yours." Jisiri bowed deeply, touching his forehead to the ground. "Father, your word is my law. I will guard the people as you have guarded them. I will honor the ancestors." But as these words were spoken, shadows crept at the door. Oba Kunta listened from the darkness, his teeth grinding like stones. The next morning, when the king's death was announced, wails rose through the kingdom. Women beat their chests, men raised their voices, and children clung to their mothers. Griots sang of Oba Jumo's greatness, and the drummers struck slow, heavy rhythms of mourning. When the time came to crown Prince Jisiri, the chiefs and elders gathered in the great courtyard of Zikora. The golden throne stood waiting, its lion carvings fierce, its surface gleaming in the sun. Jisiri knelt before the throne, his head bowed. But before the crown could be placed upon his head, Oba Kunta stepped forward. "Wait," he cried, his voice sharp as a spear. "The throne is not yet his. Let us not be foolish like a man who puts a child in front of a charging bull. If Jisiri wants to rule, let him prove he is chosen by the ancestors." The crowd murmured. Jisiri looked up, his eyes steady. "Uncle, the people know I am the son of Oba Jumo. The crown belongs to me." But Kunta only smiled, his teeth flashing. "Then show us your strength." show us your courage. Fetch the golden lion's hide, which lies far away in the land of spirits, guarded by the mighty serpent god. Let the ancestors decide who is worthy to rule." A gasp rose from the crowd. Mothers covered their children's ears, and old men shook their heads. The golden lion's hide was no ordinary prize. It was a sacred relic said to shine with the breath of the sun itself, guarded by a serpent so vast that it could swallow 10 men whole. Josire's heart burned, but he did not show fear. "If that is what the ancestors demand, then I will go. But remember this, uncle, the people will see who truly carries their blessing." The elders exchanged troubled glances. One of them, old Elder Baba Tay, raised his staff and spoke in a voice that trembled but carried wisdom. "The ancestors whisper that whoever returns with the hide shall indeed be chosen. But beware, for the path is not made of soil, it is made of sacrifice." That night, Josire walked through the quiet streets of Zikora. The fires of morning still burned, but the people looked to him with hope. A young boy called out, "Prince, do not fear. The ancestors walk with you." An old woman touched his hand and pressed a kola nut into his palm. "Chew this when your strength fades. It will remind you of home." Josire felt the weight of their hopes. Alone, he whispered to the night sky, "Father, guide me. Ancestors, show me the way." But deep in the shadows of his hut, Oba Kunta laughed softly, his eyes glowing like a hyena's. "Go, nephew. Go and be swallowed by the serpent. The throne will be mine." And so the tale of Josire's journey began, a story woven with courage, betrayal, and the whispers of spirits who watch unseen. The morning sun rose over Zikora like a burning drum, its light spilling across clay huts, busy markets, and a great palace where the golden throne sat untouched. Drummers beat soft rhythms to mark the day of morning's end, and women carried baskets of yam and cassava to the square. Yet, beneath the hum of daily life, whispers spread through the kingdom like dry leaves caught in the wind. Prince Josire has accepted the challenge. They say he must fetch the golden lion's hide from the serpent god himself. Ah! That serpent is bigger than a river canoe. Who can return from its lair alive? Children played at the edges of the marketplace, wrapping ropes around each other, pretending to be the serpent. Some pretended to be Josire, fighting bravely with sticks. Even in their games, the tale of the prince was already growing into legend. Josire, however, did not smile at the children's play. He stood alone on the palace steps, looking out across the kingdom his father had once ruled. His broad shoulders carried not just the weight of his own life but the hopes of every man, woman, and child in Zikora. He knew the task ahead was impossible for one man alone. That night, under the shade of the sacred Irako tree at the heart of the village, Josire called for a council. Elders, hunters, warriors, and common folk gathered around the great fire. Sparks rose into the sky like messengers to the ancestors. Josire stepped forward, his royal robe embroidered with patterns of seaweed and lions. His voice was strong and clear. "My people, the throne of Zikora has been denied me until I return with the golden lion's hide. I do not walk this path for myself alone but for all of you, for Zikora, for the memory of my father, for the blessing of the ancestors. But no man can carry such a burden alone. I seek those among you whose strength, wisdom, and spirit can join me in this quest. Who among you will rise?" For a moment, silence hung heavy like thick smoke. Then, from the edge of the crowd, a man stepped forward. He was tall, lean, and carried a bow carved from ebony wood. His arrows glimmered with tips of polished stone. His face was calm, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. "I am Okoye, son of the forest," the man said, his voice steady. "Never has an arrow left my bow and missed its mark. The gazelle, the lion, the hawk in the sky, all fall when I aim. I will stand by your side, Prince Josire, and my arrows will sing against those who threaten us." The people murmured in approval. Josire placed a hand on Okoye's shoulder. "Your skill shall be as the eyes of the ancestors upon us. Walk with me, hunter." Then came a rumbling laugh, deep and booming like a talking drum. A massive man pushed through the crowd. His arms were thick as tree trunks, his chest broad enough to carry 2 shields. Scars ran across his skin like rivers. "I am Badu, the wrestler," the men bellowed. 10 men have tried to throw me, but none have succeeded. I have wrestled bulls and held them down. If the serpent wraps its coils around you, Prince, I will tear it apart with my bare hands. Where you go, I go. The crowd cheered. Mothers clapped, and children shouted Badu's name. Jasairi smiled, for the strength of such a man could tip the scales of fate. From the circle of firelight, a slender figure emerged. She was young, her braids tied with cowrie shells that clicked softly as she moved. In her hand she carried a short spear, and her movements were quick, graceful, like a bird darting through reeds. "I am Amara," she said, her voice light but firm. "My feet are swifter than the antelope. My spear has pierced raiders before they even knew I was there. I may be small, but the wind itself carries me. I will be your shadow on this journey, Jasairi." The men muttered, some doubtful, for women rarely joined such dangerous quests. But Jasairi raised his hand. "The wind is small, yet no man can grasp it. Amara, your spirit is strong, and your courage shines brighter than the fire. You shall be my sister in this journey." From the far side of the fire came laughter, not loud like Badu's but sly, quick, slippery as oil on water. A slim man with mischievous eyes and a crooked grin stepped forward, wearing a patched tunic that looked ready to fall apart. My prince," the men said, bowing dramatically, "do not forget that brawn and arrows alone cannot outwit the world. Curses, spirits, tricks of fate, these require a tongue sharper than a spear. I am Tay the trickster. Where there is a lock, I find the key. Where there is a riddle, I untangle it. Some call me a liar, but I call myself a survivor." The people laughed uneasily, for tricksters were both loved and feared. Jasairi studied him carefully, then nodded. "A man who bends fate may also bend it in our favor. Walk with us, Tay, but remember, deceit that harms your brothers is no better than the serpent's coil." Finally, when it seemed no more would come forward, a deep rhythm rose from the back of the gathering. A man with long arms and lean muscles carried a great drum on his back, carved from Irako wood and stretched with antelope skin. His face was calm, his eyes half closed, as if listening to voices no one else could hear. He set the drum down and spoke softly, "I am Kato, keeper of rhythms. My drum does not only speak to men, it speaks to the spirits, the ancestors, even the winds of the forest. With my beats, I can calm fear, stir courage, or call the unseen to guide us. Without song, a journey is only dust. With song, it becomes a river." The crowd fell silent. Even the crackling fire seemed to bow to his words. Jasairi stepped forward and touched the drum. "Kato, your rhythms shall walk before us like a lantern in the dark. You complete the circle." And so, 6 stood before the people: Jasairi the prince, Okoye the hunter, Badu the wrestler, Amara the maiden warrior, Tay the trickster, and Kato the drummer. Together, they would set out to face storms, curses, and the serpent god himself. Elder Baba Tay lifted his staff, his voice trembling like old wood in the wind. The Irako canoe waits by the riverbank. It was carved long ago with the blessings of the ancestors. Take it, children, and may your oars find the path to destiny. But remember this, a journey is not measured by the miles you walk, but by the promises you keep. The people raised their voices in blessing, chanting songs of courage and striking drums that echoed into the night. Mothers wept and fathers lifted their children to see the heroes. And as the moon climbed high, Jasairi looked at his companions. For the first time since his father's death, hope burned in his chest like a living flame. The dawn mist curled low over the waters of the Nyoka River, turning its surface into a shifting mirror of silver and shadow. Birds sang their morning songs in the forest canopy, their notes weaving together with the steady hum of insects. From the banks, the villagers of Zikora gathered in silence, their eyes heavy with both pride and fear. The Irako canoe lay on the sand like a resting spirit. Its wood was dark and polished, carved long ago by hands that had known both war and worship. The prow bore the face of a lion, jaws open in eternal roar, while its sides were etched with spirals and glyphs said to protect travelers from river demons. Drums beat a slow rhythm as the heroes approached, each step echoing with the weight of destiny. Josiri led them, his robes of seaweed patterns flowing with the morning breeze. His spear, glowing faintly with ancestral light, glinted in the dim sun. Behind him walked Okoye with his bow slung across his back, Amara with her cowrie-tied braids swaying, Badu with a great club resting easily on his shoulder, Tay with a mischievous smile plastered on his lips, and Kato with his great drum strapped to his chest. Elder Baba Tay stood by the canoe, his white beard catching the rising sun. He lifted his staff and spoke, his voice carrying across the crowd like a river's murmur. Children of Zikora, today you depart not as wanderers but as seekers of fate. The serpent coils in the deep, but remember this, rivers test not only your strength of arm but your strength of heart. The canoe you enter is more than wood, it carries the blessing of ancestors. Keep your unity, and you may yet return. Break it, and the river will claim you. The crowd murmured assent, some crying softly. Mothers clutched their children, while young men stared in envy at the chosen six. Josiri raised his voice. People of Zikora, we go not to chase death, but to reclaim life. Keep faith, for the throne shall return, and with it, the blessing of our land. Cheers erupted, though they trembled with fear. The six heroes stepped into the canoe, each one placing a hand on its lion-carved prow before taking their place inside. With a push from strong arms on the shore, the Irako canoe slid into the water, rocking gently as the river embraced it. As the villagers' songs faded behind them, silence settled except for the lapping of oars and the low croak of frogs along the riverbank. Mist closed around them, thick and ghostly. It was Kato who broke the stillness first. He tapped his drum softly, the rhythm slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Dum, dum, dum. The sound seemed to steady the canoe, as though the river itself responded to the beat. Amara whispered, the mist is thick as cloth. Even the sun hides from this river. Okoye's sharp eyes scanned the shadows. Mist is not empty. It hides teeth, wings, and claws. Stay ready. Badu snorted. Let them come. If claws reach for us, I will break them. He tightened his grip on the club. Tay leaned back with a sly grin. Ah, big man, your arms can break claws, yes, but can they break curses? This river, it listens. It watches. I hear it whispering already. Quiet, Josiri commanded, though his own eyes searched the water nervously. Let us keep our hearts strong. The canoe glided deeper into the mist. The trees along the banks leaned in as though trying to listen. Strange shapes swam beneath the water, their outlines faint and shifting. Once, Amara gasped as a massive shadow passed under the canoe, the water rippling violently before settling again. What was that? She whispered. A fish, Badu said confidently. No fish grows that large, Okoye muttered, his fingers tightening around an arrow. The mist thickened until even the banks were invisible. Only water and white haze surrounded them. Then, faintly, a sound rose, a woman's voice, soft, melodious, singing a song of longing. Musical note, come to me, children, come rest your weary bones, the river holds you in love, musical note. Amara's eyes glazed, her spear lowering. The song, it is so sweet, as if my mother calls me. Josiri's grip tightened on his glowing spear. He had heard the elders' tales, the river maidens, spirits who lured men into the depths with honeyed voices. Cover your ears, he shouted. But already, the canoe swayed as Amara began to rise, her body leaning toward the water. Okoye reached for her, but even his eyes flickered with trance. The song grew louder, wrapping around their hearts like chains of silk. Only Kato moved with purpose. His hands slammed against the drum, unleashing a fierce, pounding rhythm that clashed with the melody. Dum-dum. Dum-dum. The canoe shook as if the water itself rebelled. Amara blinked, the fog lifting from her eyes. Okoye staggered back, clutching his bow. From the mist ahead, pale faces emerged, beautiful women with hair like flowing rivers, their eyes glowing green. Their smiles were sharp, too sharp, and their hands reached from the water, webbed fingers dripping. The river maidens, Tay whispered, half in awe, half in fear. Ah, I told you the river listens. The spirits hissed, their voices turning from song to shriek. One leaped onto the edge of the canoe, her mouth opening to reveal rows of needle teeth. Badu roared and swung his club, striking her back into the water with a splash. Another clutched at the canoe's side, trying to overturn it. Amara thrust her spear down, piercing the spirit's shoulder. It wailed and dissolved into foam. Jasiri stood tall, his spear blazing with ancestral fire. He thrust it into the water, and a surge of light spread across the surface like lightning. The maidens screamed, their forms breaking apart into mist until nothing remained but the swirling fog. Silence fell again, broken only by the hero's heavy breathing. Tay chuckled nervously. Well, at least the river greeted us warmly. Imagine what waits deeper in. Badu growled, if more spirits come, I will send them to the bottom. Okoye shook his head. No. This was only a warning. The true dangers lie ahead. Jasiri sat, breathing deeply. His gaze swept the mist. The serpent has already set its eyes upon us. Every ripple, every shadow, it tests us. We must not falter. The canoe pressed on, deeper into the Nyoka River. Hours passed, the mist slowly thinning as the sun climbed high. Finally, the waters widened, and the forest pulled back. Before them stretched a vast expanse of river, its surface glimmering gold in the sunlight. But there was no relief in the heroes' hearts, for upon the bank stood a strange sight, a shrine of stone, cracked and moss-covered, shaped like a serpent coiling around a throne. Skulls hung from its archway, bleached by the sun. Amara's voice trembled. The shrine of Mambakoro, the ancient one who served the serpent god. Jasiri felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing on him. The journey had only begun, and already the river tested them with omens and blood. He gripped his spear tighter, staring at the shrine. We go on. Whatever waits ahead, we face it together. And as the canoe drifted past the shrine, the river's surface shivered, like something massive had just turned in its depths. The sun slid low behind the canopy, staining the waters of the Nyoka River in molten gold. Cicadas buzzed, and the shrill cries of fish-eagles echoed from high branches. The Irako canoe drifted until Jasiri lifted his hand. Here, he said. His voice carried the gravity of a prince, though his throne lay far behind him. They guided the canoe toward a crescent-shaped bank where tall reeds bent in the evening wind. A patch of earth rose just above the waterline, dry enough for a fire. The heroes hauled the canoe ashore and began their first camp. Badu gathered wood with heavy strides, tearing fallen branches as though they were reeds. Okoye knelt near the bank, setting fish traps with quiet efficiency. Amara knelt on the soil, whispering prayers into her cowries and casting them upon the ground, reading the patterns as shadows stretched longer. Kato thumped his drum in a low rhythm, calling unseen spirits of the night to guard their circle. Tay, however, leaned lazily against the canoe, a blade of grass between his teeth, grinning at the other's effort. You work too hard, Tay chuckled. The river carries us, the fire warms itself, and the ancestors already know who will live or die. Why sweat? Amara shot him a sharp look. Even the ancestors scorn the lazy, Tay. Work honors them. Ah, priestess, Tay teased, you pray, I jest, we both give the spirits something to laugh at. Jasiri's stern gaze cut the air. Enough. Every hand must move if we are to survive. Even laughter has its place, but not while others labor. Tay rose with exaggerated bow. As my prince commands. Yet his smile lingered too long, and Amara narrowed her eyes. By the time the fire crackled, night had fully claimed the forest. Shadows grew alive, and the river shimmered under a crescent moon. Fish hissed and popped on the fire, releasing savory smoke into the air. They ate in silence, each lost in thought, save for Kato's quiet humming. When bellies were filled, Jasiri stood and addressed them. This river has already shown us its hunger. Spirits tested us today, and tomorrow it will be worse. Tonight, we keep watch in pairs. 2 eyes must always guard the canoe. The others nodded. Pairs were chosen, Okoye with Amara, Badu with Tay, Jasiri with Kato. The order of the watch fell into place, and soon most lay wrapped in cloaks, drifting into uneasy sleep. The fire burned low, embers glowing like the eyes of unseen creatures. Jisiri slept, but his mind was not his own. He walked a corridor of water, the walls rippling with serpentine scales. A throne rose at the far end, made not of wood or stone but of coiled flesh and bone. Upon it sat a shadow, vast and crowned with fangs. "You are mine already," hissed a voice, echoing from every drop of water. "Your throne, your people, your soul, they belong to the coil." Jisiri tried to raise his spear, but it dissolved into mist. The shadow's laughter coiled around him, pressing tighter, until he awoke with a gasp, sweat clinging to his brow though the night was cool. Kato was awake beside him, eyes reflecting firelight, hands resting on his drum. "You dreamed," Kato said softly. Jisiri nodded, wiping his face. "The serpent calls me. Even in sleep." Kato tapped his drum once, a hollow sound. Dreams speak in crooked tongues. Some truth, some fear, some lies. But all must be heard. Jisiri's gaze fell on his companions, sleeping like children. Yet in the fire's glow, he saw them differently, Okoye's hand clutching his bow even in slumber, Amara's lips moving silently in prayer, Badu's chest rising like a bellows, Tay's sly smile persisting even in dreams. Could all of them be trusted? Or would the serpent's voice find home in one of their hearts? It was in Tay's dream that betrayal first sprouted. He found himself on a vast plain of mirrors, each reflecting a different version of himself, warrior, thief, king, corpse. From the mirrors slithered a massive serpent, its scales gleaming like molten bronze. It coiled around him, whispering in a voice that tickled his ears. Why follow a prince with no throne? Why fight for people who will forget your name? You could have gold, power, women, freedom. All if you deliver me one soul. Just one. Tay laughed nervously, even in his dream. And if I do not? The serpent's eyes burned red. Then you will die nameless, another bone in my riverbed. Choose wisely. When Tay woke, his smile returned, but it was different, sharper, secret. He looked at Jisiri across the fire and thought, perhaps the river offers better crowns than thrones ever could. The first pair, Okoye and Amara, sat alert while the others slept. Amara kept her cowries in hand, tossing them in the dirt, reading the angles of their fall. Her face tightened with unease. What do they say? Okoye asked quietly, his eyes scanning the tree-line. They speak of division, Amara murmured. Like branches cracking under too much weight. Not all who travel in this canoe will stay true. Okoye frowned. I trust steel, not shells. Still, my eyes also see cracks. Amara glanced at him, her face softening. Then watch closely, archer. Even a serpent cannot strike if its fangs are seen first. Later, Badu and Tay took their turn. Badu sat with his great arms crossed, staring into the flames. Tay, ever restless, skipped stones across the moonlit water. You never stop moving your mouth, Badu grumbled. Even the river must be tired of you. Tay chuckled. And you never move yours. Tell me, big man, when the prince commands, do you follow because of loyalty, or because he's the only one who feeds your fists a battle? Badu's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Tay's grin widened. Words were weapons too, and he was sharpening them. When Jisiri and Kato finally took the last watch, the fire was nearly ash. Kato drummed softly, a rhythm like water over stones. Jisiri listened, his spear resting on his lap. Do you hear it? Kato asked. Hear what? The river. It breathes. It dreams. And it waits. Jisiri tightened his grip. Then let it wait. We will not break. But even as he said it, he felt the serpent's laughter ripple through the river's current, mocking him. When dawn finally bled across the horizon, painting the water crimson, the camp stirred. The fire was ash, the fish bones scattered. Birds cried overhead, and the river shimmered as though nothing had disturbed it. Yet each of the six rose with more than sleep in their eyes. Jisiri carried the burden of his dream. Amara carried the omen of division. Okoye carried suspicion. Badu carried silence. Kato carried his unreadable calm. And Tay carried a seed planted by the serpent itself. They pushed the Irako canoe back into the water. As it slid free, Amara's shells clattered from her hand, falling into the river with a hiss. She gasped, for they had formed a perfect circle before sinking. The ancestors watch, she whispered. But whether to protect or to judge, I cannot yet see. The canoe drifted onward, the morning mist parting before them. The river was quiet, but its silence was the silence of something waiting. The Nyoka River narrowed as dawn turned to noon, its surface cloaked in mist that clung stubbornly to the water like a burial shroud. The canoe slid quietly through the vapor, each paddle stroke sounding louder than it should, as if the air itself listened. The companions said little, their silence shaped not only by weariness but also by the weight of their dreams. By mid-morning, the banks shifted. The forest on either side no longer sang with the calls of parrots or the chittering of monkeys. The air grew still, heavy with a smell that was not rot, but something older, drier. Bleached shapes jutted from the black earth among the trees, ribs, skulls, and long curved horns, stripped bare of flesh and moss. Amara gasped softly, her hand tightening on her cowries. Ancestors preserve us. This is the Iru Akpakpu, the forest of bones. Jasiri's gaze swept the shoreline, where pale skeletons leaned against tree trunks like broken sentries. The old women of Zikora spoke of this place, he said. They say 1,000 warriors once defied the river god here, and their bones were cursed never to return to the earth. Okoye spat into the river. Their bones should not stare at the living. Spirits that cannot rest will not let others pass in peace. The canoe shuddered as if in agreement, bumping against a hidden sandbar. Kato tapped his drum once, the sound echoing hollow and strange. The river pushes us ashore, he murmured. It wants us to walk. Badu grunted. Then we walk. They hauled the canoe to land, the wet earth sucking greedily at their feet. The forest loomed, pale and terrible. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of twisted branches, yet the light itself seemed colorless, drained. The companions moved carefully among ribcages taller than a man, skulls with empty eyes, and femurs thick as tree trunks. Okoye's bow was drawn, his eyes darting. Tay strolled behind with feigned ease, though his smile looked thin in the bone light. Badu carried his club as if he expected the skeletons to rise any moment. This place is not silent, Amara whispered. It listens. And it remembers. Kato's drum gave a low thrum. Spirits of the nameless. Forgotten warriors. They hunger for voices. Jasiri raised his spear. Then we honor them. We pass without mockery or laughter. His eyes flicked to Tay. No careless tongue. Tay bowed with mock solemnity, but his smirk lingered. As my prince commands. As they pressed deeper, the air thickened. Wind whistled faintly through hollow skulls, creating a mournful chorus. It was not loud, but it clung to the ears, like the memory of cries. Amara dropped to her knees, clutching her shells. She cast them upon the ground, and they clattered against brittle bone. Her breath caught. What do you see? Jasiri asked. Amara's voice trembled. Division again. One path, two shadows. Betrayal growing like rot. And blood, blood on white bone. Pa, Badu muttered, shifting uneasily. Shells always speak of blood. But Okoye stepped closer, lowering his voice. Priestess, whose blood? Amara shook her head, refusing to answer. The path twisted, and suddenly they stood before a wall of ribcages fused together like a palisade, taller than 3 men. The bones glowed faintly, as though they drank the thin light. No blade cut these, Okoye muttered. They grew this way. Not grew, Kato corrected softly. They were commanded. Jasiri studied the barrier, then pressed his palm to one rib. It thrummed faintly, like a drum skin touched too long. He drew his hand back quickly. The forest tests us, he said. Not all trials are of flesh. Some are of will. He lifted his spear, and the others readied their weapons. But before they could act, the bones shuddered and opened. A narrow path appeared, ribs groaning as if alive. The companions exchanged uneasy glances. "The dead invite us in," Tay said, grinning. "How gracious." "No," Amara snapped. "They test whether we know fear." Jisiri set his jaw. "We go forward." Inside, the path wound between towers of bone. The farther they walked, the colder the air grew, until their breath came in faint white mists. The whispers grew louder. Badu suddenly stiffened. "Voices," he rumbled. "I hear nothing," Okoye said. "They call me," Badu insisted. His knuckles whitened on his club. Amara touched his arm. "Do not listen. The dead feed on memory. They speak with the voices of those we've lost." But Badu's eyes were wide, childlike, as if he saw something the others could not. "My brother, he's here. He calls me." Jisiri stepped between him and the shadows. "Your brother fell years ago, Badu. His spirit is in the ancestors' embrace, not here. This forest shows lies." Still, Badu trembled, torn between rage and grief. Meanwhile, Tay's eyes glittered as he listened. To him, too, whispers came, different whispers. They spoke of power, of crowns woven not of gold but of serpents. And unlike Badu, he did not resist. "Deliver him to us," the whispers hissed. "The prince. His blood upon the bone, and you will rise above them all." Tay's hand strayed to the hilt of his blade. He smiled faintly, hiding it beneath feigned weariness. At the heart of the forest stood a mound of bones piled high, shaped into a throne. Seated upon it was a skeleton larger than any man, crowned with rusted bronze. Its hollow eyes glowed faintly blue. The companions froze. The skeleton raised a bony hand, and the whispers fell silent. "Who dares trespass in the forest of the unyielding?" the voice echoed, not from the skull, but from the very bones beneath their feet. Jisiri stepped forward, planting his spear. "I am Jisiri, son of Zubri, prince of Zikora. We pass not as plunderers, but as seekers. Our path is toward the heart of the Nyoka." The skeleton tilted its skull. "All who enter seek. Few return. Why should your bones not join the rest?" Jisiri stood firm. "Because we walk not for ourselves, but for our people. Their lives depend on our passage." The skeleton was silent, then slowly rose, towering above them. Its ribcage creaked as it drew a blade of bone longer than a man. "Then prove it." The guardian lunged. Its blade crashed against Jisiri's spear, sparks flying. The force drove Jisiri to his knees. Badu roared, swinging his club, shattering a rib. But the fragments crawled back, knitting together. Okoye loosed arrows, each striking true, yet the skeleton only staggered briefly before advancing. Amara chanted, her voice rising in sacred rhythm. Her cowries glowed faintly, their light forcing back the shadows. Kato's drum boomed like thunder, its rhythm disrupting the whispers. "Strike when the drum calls," he shouted. On the third beat, Jisiri drove his spear upward, piercing the guardian's jaw. Badu smashed its spine with a blow that shook the ground. The skeleton shrieked, collapsing into 1,000 fragments. The forest grew silent again. Amara's shells fell from her hand, scattering across the bone-strewn ground. She gasped. "What now?" Jisiri asked, still panting. Her eyes were wide with dread. "The shells speak of betrayal. Soon. One of us will spill another's blood before the serpent is faced." The companions looked at one another, suspicion flickering like firelight. Only Tay smiled quietly to himself, his hand resting on the blade at his hip. They left the forest at dusk, their bodies weary but their minds heavier still. The canoe waited, half hidden in reeds, untouched as though the river itself guarded it. When they pushed back into the water, the current carried them swiftly, almost eagerly, as if pleased with their trial. But the companions no longer trusted the silence. Every ripple seemed a whisper. Every shadow seemed a watcher. And every glance between them carried questions unspoken. The serpent had not struck, but the seeds it had planted now grew. The river was still dark when Josiri woke, the mist rising from the waters like the breath of spirits. A chill ran through him though the morning was not cold, and for a moment, he lay still, listening. Somewhere in the distance, drums beat faintly, too soft to belong to Duma, who lay snoring nearby, his drum tucked under his arm like a child. These drums were not of flesh and wood. They pulsed like a heartbeat carried on the air, steady and relentless, echoing from no direction and every direction at once. Josiri rose carefully, not wanting to disturb the others. He walked to the edge of their camp where the embers of last night's fire glowed weakly, crouched there, and dipped his hand into the river. The water was cool, almost unnaturally so. Ripples spread across its surface, though no wind stirred. As he looked down, the water shimmered, and for a moment, the reflection staring back at him was not his own. It was the serpent's. Eyes like molten gold, scales glinting in the faint light, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. Josiri gasped and stumbled back. The river settled. His own face returned, pale and sweating. "Prince," a voice whispered behind him. It was Akeeing, the maiden warrior. She had risen too, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade. "You see it too?" Josiri turned, still shaken. "What did you see?" "Not the serpent," she answered softly, glancing at the river. "But a shadow moving through the water. Watching. Listening. Our journey is marked, and spirits are already gathering to watch its outcome." He nodded, troubled, but before he could answer, a loud splash startled them both. From the reeds, a fish leapt high into the air, twisting, then vanished back into the current. The surface rippled outward in widening circles. Duma woke at the sound, rubbing his eyes, while Baraka the wrestler sat up and stretched, yawning. "Why do you both look as if the earth has swallowed your hearts?" Baraka asked, rising to his feet. His voice was booming even in the quiet dawn. Josiri forced calm into his tone. "The river speaks. We must listen." Later, as the sun rose, they packed their camp and returned to the canoe. Duma beat a slow rhythm on his drum, a song to call favor from the spirits of the water. Each thump echoed across the river like a guiding heartbeat. But something had shifted in the group. The night before, laughter had bound them. Now silence pressed heavy. Even Kito, the trickster, whose tongue never stilled, said little, his sharp eyes darting about the trees as though they concealed enemies. By midday, clouds gathered. A humid wind pressed down on them, thick with the smell of rain. Lightning cracked far away, followed by a rolling growl of thunder. "Storm," said Moyo, the hunter, shading his eyes. His bow rested across his knees, and he frowned at the horizon. "The sky darkens too quickly. This is no natural storm." Josiri's heart sank. The priests of his uncle must have been at work again. The canoe pitched as the first wave struck. The Irako wood was strong, carved by the hands of the village's finest craftsmen, yet the river churned beneath them like a living beast. Wind howled. Rain poured down in blinding sheets. The current dragged them sideways toward jagged rocks. "Steady." Josiri roared above the storm, planting his spear into the canoe's floorboards as though to anchor himself. Baraka seized the paddle with his great hands and fought against the surge, his muscles straining. Akeeing leapt to the prow, balancing as though the storm could not touch her, and swung her blade at a fallen branch that threatened to entangle them. But it was Duma who saved them. His drum was soaked, yet he struck it anyway, his palms slapping the wet hide in defiance of the rain. The sound that came forth was strange, resonant, deeper than the drum should have been capable of. Each beat rolled across the river, and slowly, impossibly, the waters calmed. The storm still raged overhead, but the current beneath them slowed, then steadied. The others looked at him in astonishment. His eyes glowed faintly, the reflection of lightning caught within them. "You carry more than a drum, Duma," Akeeing said when the storm had finally passed. He lowered his hands, trembling. "I carry what was given. But it is not mine alone. The ancestors guide the rhythm." That night they made camp again, exhausted. No one spoke of the storm, though all had felt its unnatural fury. Jasiri walked apart from the group, his thoughts heavy. He remembered the reflection of the serpent in the river and Mwisi's face. Though he had never seen her, his dreams kept showing him a maiden with eyes like the moon and a voice that whispered his name. He did not know if it was promise or warning. Quito came to him then, stepping lightly, his grin as sharp as ever though his eyes were watchful. You carry more on your shoulders than the throne of Zecora, Jasiri. The serpent already has its fangs in your path. Jasiri glanced at him. You sound as if you know more than you should. I listen where others do not, Quito said, tapping his ear. Last night, while you all slept, I heard footsteps in the reeds. Human footsteps. Not spirits. Someone follows us. Jasiri froze. One of my uncle's assassins. Perhaps, Quito replied. Or perhaps someone worse. But we will know soon enough. The crackle of the fire behind them seemed suddenly louder. The shadows stretched long. Somewhere across the river, a single drumbeat echoed, deep, haunting, answering Duma's rhythm from earlier. It was not theirs. The companions turned as one toward the sound. The forest was still. Yet the beat came again, and again, steady as a heartbeat. And Jasiri knew then that they were not alone on this river. Someone, or something, was calling back. The dawn crept slowly across the river, its pale light painting the mist in shades of silver and gray. The companions rose wearily, their sleep broken by the memory of the drums that had echoed from the opposite bank the night before. None of them admitted it aloud, but each had dreamed of the same thing, shadows twisting in the reeds, a figure half hidden, and the sound of scales sliding across wet earth. Jasiri stood at the water's edge, spear in hand. His eyes scanned the far shore where the trees stood like silent watchers. Nothing stirred, yet his heart would not rest. He could not shake the feeling that something, or someone, was waiting for them, biding its time. Baraka joined him, carrying a paddle over his shoulder. His voice was gruff, still thick with sleep. The river is wide, yet the sound last night came as if from within our own camp. If it is men, they are skilled hunters. If it is spirits, he paused and spat into the current. Then we must give them no fear to feed on. Jasiri nodded but said nothing. He knew the truth, fear was already among them. The canoe slid back into the river, its Irako prow cutting the water like a blade. The companions paddled in silence, the rhythm of their strokes broken only by Duma's low hum. His drum was too damp to play, but he hummed the same rhythm he had beaten in the storm, a quiet reminder that the ancestors still walked with them. By mid-morning the river narrowed, twisting through a gorge where cliffs rose high on either side. Vines hung down like ropes, brushing the surface of the water. Birds circled above, their cries sharp and unsettling. It feels like a throat, Quito whispered from the stern, his eyes darting nervously. A serpent's throat swallowing us whole. Then keep your tongue still, Aking said sharply. Her gaze was steady, though her hand rested on her blade. Words have power. Do not give the river the thought of swallowing us. But Quito only grinned and muttered under his breath, if it wants us, it will not need my words. The gorge grew darker as the walls closed in. Then, without warning, the canoe jolted violently. A great ripple spread across the water. Moyo's bow was in his hands instantly, an arrow notched. Something moves beneath us, he hissed. The water boiled, and out of it surged a massive head. It was not the serpent god they sought, but a crocodile, ancient and monstrous, its scales thick and scarred, its eyes burning with hunger. Its jaws snapped, the sound echoing like a drumbeat in the gorge. Baraka roared and thrust his paddle between its teeth, forcing the mouth open for a heartbeat. Aking leapt forward, her blade flashing, striking across the beast's snout. The crocodile bellowed and thrashed, rocking the canoe dangerously. Hold steady, Jasiri cried, planting his spear deep into the beast's side. Blood darkened the water, but the creature did not fall. It rolled, dragging the spear with it, its tail lashing the river into waves. Duma's voice rose suddenly in song, his hum swelling into words, a chant his grandmother had once sung to ward off river demons. His voice carried through the gorge, bouncing off the cliffs. For a moment, the crocodile stilled, its eyes clouding, as though it remembered a sound from long ago. That heartbeat was enough. Moyo's arrow flew straight into the soft place behind its jaw. The beast convulsed, then sank slowly beneath the water, leaving only a trail of crimson. The canoe rocked violently in the aftermath, but held. The companions sat panting, soaked in spray, staring at the water as though expecting the monster to rise again. That was no ordinary beast, Moyo said at last, wiping sweat from his brow. It bore the strength of spirits. Sent, perhaps, to test us. Or to weaken us before the true trial comes, Aking added grimly. Quito leaned back, his grin returned though his face was pale. If this is the river's greeting, I cannot wait to see its farewell. Jasiri said nothing, but in his heart he knew the trickster's jest carried truth. Every step of this journey would be marked by blood. By evening they cleared the gorge, the cliffs giving way to open marshland. The river spread wide and slow, its surface golden with the sinking sun. The companions were weary, but relief softened their faces. The reeds swayed gently, and frogs sang in chorus from the banks. But when they made camp, the peace shattered. While Baraka gathered wood and Aking set the fire, Quito slipped into the reeds, claiming he would fetch fish. Minutes turned into an hour. When he returned, his hands were empty, his smile thin. "You bring no fish?" Duma asked. "None to catch," Quito replied, dropping heavily by the fire. But his eyes avoided theirs, and Jasiri saw a smear of mud on his tunic, fresh and wet. Later, as the others drifted to sleep, Jasiri kept watch. He saw Quito glance again and again toward the reeds, his face tense, as though he expected someone, or something, to emerge. Jasiri's grip tightened on his spear. Betrayal was a seed, and tonight he saw it planted. The night deepened, heavy with the hum of insects and the distant croaks of bullfrogs. A veil of mist rolled over the riverbank where the companions had made camp, and the fire crackled low, its embers glowing like restless eyes. Jasiri sat awake, his back straight against a tree, the spear across his lap. He watched the reeds sway in the windless dark, watched Quito's restless movements as the trickster pretended to sleep, watched the shadows stretch longer than they should. It was in that hour before dawn, when silence feels like a second skin, that Jasiri first heard it, the soft rhythm of feet in the mud, too heavy to be an animal, too careful to be careless. He rose without a sound. The mist thickened, and for a moment, he thought he saw a shape, tall, robed, carrying a staff carved with sigils that shimmered faintly green. The figure stood at the edge of the reeds, watching their camp. Then it was gone, swallowed by fog. Jasiri gripped his spear tighter. "The priests," he whispered to himself. His uncle's hand stretched farther than he had hoped. By dawn, he had told no one. Suspicion was poison, and he feared to speak it aloud lest it consume them all. Instead, he roused the group, and they pushed the canoe once more into the river. The morning sun rose pale and wan, as if it too had seen the shadowed figure. The current carried them into wetlands where papyrus grew tall, hiding the sky. The reeds whispered as they brushed against the canoe, and every ripple in the water felt like a watching eye. Duma beat a soft rhythm on his drum, a song meant to steady the heart and keep spirits at bay. But even the drum seemed hollow here, swallowed by the reeds before the sound could carry. "I do not like this place," Aking said, scanning the green walls that hemmed them in. "There is no wind, yet the reeds move as if they breathe." Baraka grunted. "Let them breathe. If they strike, I will break them as I broke the crocodile." Moyo's sharp gaze was fixed on Quito, who lounged at the bow, flicking pebbles into the water. "What did you find last night, trickster?" he asked suddenly. Quito feigned surprise. "Find? I found nothing but mosquitoes eager for my blood." He grinned. "Unless you think I made a pact with the frogs." But his grin didn't reach his eyes. Before Moyo could press further, the canoe jolted. A shadow passed beneath them, long, sinuous, too large to be any fish. The water rippled, and the reeds parted, revealing a stone outcrop jutting above the river like a throne. On it sat an old woman cloaked in rags, her hair white as river foam, her eyes two milky pools. She lifted a gourd and poured water slowly onto the stone, whispering words too old for any of them to understand. The canoe drifted toward her as if pulled by unseen hands. Duma's drumming faltered. A chill crawled up Jasiri's spine. "Do not stop," Aking hissed. "Keep paddling." But the woman's voice rose, thin yet sharp as a blade. "Who dares the river path of the serpent? Who dares the hunger of the reeds?" The canoe froze in the current, locked as if by chains. The woman's blind eyes turned toward them, and Jasiri felt as though she looked straight into his soul. "We seek only passage," Jasiri said, his voice steady though his hands trembled. "We walk the path the ancestors have marked." The woman cackled, the sound like bones rattling. "The ancestors marked paths for kings, not beggars. The river tests all, some to rise, others to rot." She lifted her gourd again and poured water onto the stone. The river hissed where it fell, and steam rose. A gift must be given. Blood for water. Strength for passage. Her gaze fell on Quito, who flinched as though struck. "One among you hides the serpent's whisper in his chest. One carries the mark of betrayal. Offer him, and the river will let you pass." Silence fell like a hammer. All eyes turned to Quito. His grin cracked, replaced by a snarl. "Lies," he spat. "Old river witch, you stink of rot and madness. You think to sow division among us, but you will fail." Yet even as he spoke, Jasiri saw it, the flicker of fear in his eyes, the way his hand strayed toward the pouch at his belt as though guarding some hidden thing. Baraka half rose, fists clenched. "If the river wants him, let the river take him." "No," Jasiri said sharply. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. "We do not cast each other aside. Not here. Not now. We move as one, or we do not move at all." The old woman's laughter rang across the water. "Then you shall carry your burden until it drowns you. The serpent feeds on secrets, Prince. Remember this." She struck her staff against the stone, and in a rush, the canoe shot forward, the reeds parting to clear their path. When Jasiri turned back, the outcrop was gone, swallowed by mist. The river widened into calm waters, but no one spoke. Even Quito sat silent, his eyes fixed on the horizon. That night, they camped beneath an irako tree whose roots curled into the river. The fire burned low, and each companion lay restless. In their dreams, the old woman's voice returned, whispering of betrayal, of a serpent coiled within their midst. Jasiri woke in a sweat, the spear clutched tight in his hand. He looked at Quito across the fire. The trickster's eyes were open, watching him, gleaming like a jackal's in the dark. And for the first time, Jasiri wondered if his uncle's shadow already sat among them. The morning came heavy with silence, as though the river itself remembered the old woman's curse. Mist still clung to the banks, curling around the canoe like white fingers unwilling to let them go. Even the birds were hushed, their usual chatter replaced by a distant, broken cry that echoed too long to be natural. Jasiri felt the weight of eyes on him as he led the way, pushing the canoe into the water. He did not need to look back to know that suspicion had settled in the hearts of his companions. The river witch's words had planted seeds, and seeds always found soil, even in the strongest of hearts. Moyo paddled silently, his jaw set like stone, but his gaze flickered often to Quito. Aking, her back straight as a spear, refused to speak, though her hand never strayed far from her sword. Even Baraka, who usually laughed at the morning sun, sat stiff, arms folded, watching the trickster like a hunter waiting for a beast to slip. Quito, for his part, seemed unbothered. He hummed a tune, light and mocking, tossing crumbs into the water and watching the fish rise to snatch them. "Ah, how quickly friends forget their laughter," he said finally, stretching as though his bones ached from sleep. "One old woman rattles her bones, and suddenly I am the serpent's son. Truly, you wound me." No one answered. Jasiri broke the silence at last. "Enough. Words of poison were meant to divide us. We will not feed them." Quito flashed him a grin. "Wise words, Prince. But tell me, when the serpent rises from the deep, will wisdom keep its fangs from your neck?" Before Jasiri could answer, Duma struck his drum lightly, a low heartbeat that rippled across the water. "I dreamed again last night," he said softly, The old woman's voice was in the rhythm of the river. She said, "A drum can bind spirits, but it cannot silence betrayal." The canoe rocked as Baraka slammed his palm against its edge. "Enough of riddles and whispers. Speak plain. If Quito means us harm, let him confess. If he does not, then let us row in peace." Quito's smile vanished. "And if I say nothing? Will you throw me into the river and hope the gods judge me?" His eyes gleamed, sharp as flint. "Perhaps you would like that, Baraka. You would wrestle me down, cast me into the current, and return to Zikora boasting you rid Jasiri of a traitor. But then, who would protect him when the serpent coils? Your muscles alone." Baraka growled, but Jasiri raised his hand. "Enough. Both of you. We are not enemies." He looked at Quito, holding his gaze. "But you carry something, don't you? Something the old woman saw. If you would have us trust you, then speak." For a moment, the trickster's grin faltered. His hand strayed to the pouch at his belt, fingering the leather cord that tied it shut. Then he laughed, though the sound was brittle. "A charm," he said, drawing the pouch out and shaking it so that the faint rattle of bones and beads could be heard. "A gift from a healer in my village. It keeps snakes from biting. Would you cast me out for wishing not to die by venom?" He tossed the pouch into Jasiri's hands. Inside lay small bones painted with ash symbols, a shard of dark stone, and a twisted piece of serpent scale. The companions murmured. Moyo's eyes narrowed. "That is no simple charm. The scale is fresh. It carries power." Quito spread his hands. "Then perhaps the healer was more generous than I knew. Do you truly think I made a pact with the serpent god? That I would betray my own skin to a creature that swallows men whole?" Silence stretched. Jasiri studied him long, but the trickster's eyes gave nothing away. He returned the pouch. "Keep it. But know this, if you carry a burden that endangers us, you must speak. Secrets grow teeth." Quito bowed mockingly. "As you say, my prince." The day passed with few words. The river wound into narrower channels where the water ran deep and green. Strange shapes swam below, too large for fish, too smooth for crocodiles. The air smelled of rot and lilies, thick enough to choke. By evening, they found an island of sand where they set camp. The fire sputtered in the damp air, throwing long shadows across their weary faces. Akeem sharpened her blade in silence. Baraka brooded. Duma played a soft, uneasy rhythm. As the fire burned low, Moyo moved to Jasiri's side. His voice was quiet, meant for him alone. "You trust him too much. I have seen men smile while sharpening daggers behind their backs. If he carries the serpent's whisper, it will strike when your guard is lowest." Jasiri looked into the flames. The wood cracked, sparks flying upward like fleeing stars. "And if I cast him out unjustly? Then I will have broken us before the serpent lifts a coil. Trust is a net, we hold together, or the river swallows us whole." Moyo frowned, unconvinced, but he said no more. That night, the dreams returned. Jasiri saw the river stretch endlessly, its waters black as obsidian. In its depths, a great shadow moved, coils shifting like mountains beneath the surface. The serpent's head rose, eyes like molten gold. Its voice slithered through his mind. "Prince of Zikora, the throne is not yours. It belongs to blood that kills blood. Bring me the hide, and I will give you a crown of scales. Refuse, and I will wrap your kingdom in silence." Jasiri woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat. Across the dying fire, Quito was awake again, sitting with his pouch in hand, the serpent scale glinting faintly in the embers. Their eyes met in the dark, and for a moment neither spoke. The river murmured, carrying secrets away. But Jasiri knew, the serpent had already chosen its battlefield. The morning broke with a sky the color of bruised fruit. Heavy clouds pressed low, their bellies swollen with rain, and the river ran sluggishly, dark and wide, as though it carried a secret it dared not tell. The companions moved slowly, their faces drawn, their silence heavy. Even the paddle strokes sounded weary, like the breath of tired men dragging their feet through mud. Josiri sat at the prow of the canoe, staring into the gray mist that clung to the horizon. The dream still echoed in his skull, the serpent's voice, sharp and smooth as a blade sliding across stone. He touched his chest where the sound had settled, as though it had left a bruise inside him. Behind him, Baraka muttered. The river is too quiet. No birds, no monkeys, no crocodiles basking on the banks. I do not like this silence. It is the kind that comes before a storm, Akeem replied, scanning the tree line. Her voice was calm, but her grip on her spear was tight. Keto stretched and yawned as though nothing troubled him. Or perhaps the animals have grown tired of watching us. Who would not? We paddle, we mutter, we dream of monsters. Even the lizards must be bored. Duma tapped a rhythm against the side of the canoe, his fingers quick and light, but the sound was restless, unsettled. The river keeps its own drum, he said softly. It beats beneath us now, waiting for something. Josiri turned to him. What do you feel? Duma's eyes drifted closed. His head tilted, listening to something deeper than the splash of paddles. Danger, he whispered. But not from the banks. From the water itself. The words had barely left his lips when the canoe lurched violently to the side. A wave slapped against them though no wind stirred. Baraka and Moyo dug their paddles into the river, steadying the boat, but another swell struck, rocking them hard. The river is rising. Akeem cried. But Josiri shook his head. The river was not rising, the river was shifting. The surface bulged, curved, as though something immense passed beneath. A dark shadow rippled under the canoe, larger than any crocodile, moving slow and deliberate. Everyone froze. The air tasted of iron. Keep still, Josiri whispered. His voice was low, urgent. Do not move. But Keto laughed softly, though his eyes glittered with unease. And if it decides to swallow us whole while we sit quiet as stones? Before Josiri could answer, the water erupted. A great fin, black and ridged like the spine of a mountain, cut through the surface. Waves rolled outward, slamming against the canoe, drenching them with spray. The shadow curved, circling, teasing. Baraka swore under his breath and tightened his grip on the paddle. I will not sit like bait for this river beast. No. Josiri snapped. Strike, and it will strike back. But it was too late. From the water, a massive head broke the surface, scaled and slick, eyes glowing gold even in the daylight. Its jaw yawned wide, showing teeth long and curved, each one the size of a spearhead. The serpent god had come. A chill ripped through the group. Moyo drew his bow, his arrow nocked and ready, though his hands trembled. Akeem stood tall in the canoe, her spear leveled, every muscle coiled for battle. The serpent hissed, the sound so loud it shook the air, rattling the canoe as though it were made of reeds. Then, to their horror, words slithered from its maw, a voice deep and smooth as flowing oil. Little Prince of Zikora, it said, you carry the weight of dreams not meant for you. The throne is not won by oaths of men but by bargains of blood. Come to me with the golden lion's hide, and I will crown you in glory. Refuse, and I will feast on your bones, as I feasted on kings before you. Josiri's breath caught in his throat. The voice was the same as in his dream. The serpent's eyes locked onto his, glowing, burning, searing the strength from his limbs. He gripped the edge of the canoe to steady himself. But before he could speak, Keto rose to his feet. Mighty serpent, he called, spreading his arms wide. You waste your breath on promises. This prince does not fear you, nor do his companions. If you hunger for bones, you will choke on ours before you taste victory. The serpent's gaze flicked to him, and the canoe rocked violently, nearly capsizing. Baraka cursed and shoved Keto back down. Are you mad? Do you wish us drowned? But Keto only laughed, his grin wild. Better drowned as warriors than trembling as prey. The serpent hissed again, coils thrashing in the water, sending waves high. For a moment, it seemed ready to strike. But then its massive head lowered. Its eyes narrowed, gleaming with cruel amusement. Very well, it said. Keep your courage. It will season your flesh when I devour you. With that, it sank beneath the river, vanishing into the depths. The water stilled, though the memory of its presence lingered like a shadow on their souls. No one spoke for a long time. The only sound was the dripping of water from their drenched clothes and the shallow rasp of their breathing. At last, Duma broke the silence. It has marked us. Wherever the river flows, it will know where we are. Moyo lowered his bow, his face pale. Then there is no safety. Josiri straightened slowly, his body trembling, but his voice firm. There is safety in one thing only, that we do not falter. We must press on. The serpent has shown itself, but it has not yet struck. That means we still have time. Baraka growled. Time for what? To row into its jaws. Josiri met his eyes. Time to reach the land of the Golden Lion. If we turn back now, the serpent will claim us, and my uncle will laugh as Zikora falls. If we press forward, we may yet snatch victory from its coils. The companions looked at one another. Fear burned in their eyes, but so too did something else, a spark of defiance, born of shared danger. Akeing spoke first. Then we row. Moyo nodded. And fight, if we must. Baraka spat into the river. Let the serpent come again. I will wrestle its neck until it snaps. Kito only grinned, though his eyes glittered strangely. Ah, my friends, what a tale this will be. Children will sing of us, or curse our foolishness. Duma struck his drum, one hard beat that rang into the mist. Then let the river carry our song. And with that, they bent their paddles once more into the water, moving forward, though every ripple now seemed to whisper the serpent's name. The storm came at dusk. The sky had worn a mask all day, thick gray clouds swollen like the bellies of pregnant goats, their weight pressing down on the river. The companions felt it in their bones before the first drop fell, a tension that made their skin prickle and their hearts beat faster. Even the forest along the bank seemed to shrink back, its trees swaying uneasily as though whispering to one another. They had pulled the Irako canoe to a wide stretch of sand at the river's bend, planning to camp for the night. The ground was damp, the air heavy with the smell of wet earth, and the river slid past dark and silent, carrying fragments of driftwood that bobbed like broken bones. Akeing, ever alert, stood at the water's edge, her spear tilted against her shoulder. The river is restless, she murmured. I do not trust it. You trust nothing, Baraka said, though not unkindly. He was gathering branches, his great hands snapping them easily, the sound like breaking ribs. Storms are storms. Men survive them. We will survive this. But Moyo shook his head as he tied the canoe to a tree root. This is no ordinary storm. Look, see how the birds vanish. Even the crickets are silent. Duma sat cross-legged by the sand, his drum in his lap. He brushed his fingers lightly across its hide, not yet playing, only feeling. The spirits walk close tonight. I hear them breathing between the thunderclouds. Kito leaned against a palm trunk, grinning as he chewed a strip of dried meat. Then let them breathe. So long as they do not ask to share my food, I am content. Josiri had said nothing since they landed. He stood apart from the others, staring upriver, where the clouds boiled like smoke from a funeral pyre. He could feel the serpent's presence still, coiled somewhere beneath the water's skin, watching, waiting. And now this storm, was it a test, or a warning? The first lightning bolt tore the sky open. A jagged white vein cracked the heavens, followed by thunder that rolled through the forest like the pounding of war drums. The companions looked up together, their faces lit pale blue by the flash. Rain followed quickly, fat drops splattering the sand, then coming faster, harder, until the world seemed to dissolve into water. They rushed to cover their packs, to shield their weapons. Baraka dragged branches together into a lean-to, while Akeing secured the firestones inside her cloak. But the wind rose, wild and merciless, snatching at their efforts. The lean-to collapsed, the firestones clattered loose. The rain hissed against the earth, drowning every spark they struck. This is no storm of the gods. Baraka shouted above the roar. It is the serpent's doing. No, Duma said, his eyes half closed as his hands moved upon the drum. Even through the rain he began to play, a rhythm low and insistent, as if to anchor them. It is a storm of the gods, but the serpent rides within it. The river answered him. A wave surged against the bank, higher than it should have been, sending spray across the sand. The canoe jerked against its tether like a horse trying to break free. Moyo leapt to secure it, but another wave came, then another, until the river seemed to boil with fury. And then, above the thunder, a voice slid across the storm, a hiss stretched into words. You cannot run from me, child of Zikora. The storm is mine. The waters are mine. Even your dreams are mine. Jasiri stiffened, his knuckles white against the shaft of his spear. The serpent's voice was not in the air, it was inside him, threading through his veins like poison. He heard it louder than the storm itself, louder than Duma's drum. Quito tilted his head, listening. Is it speaking to us, or only to you, Prince? Jasiri did not answer. He could not. His breath came fast, shallow. His body trembled, but his eyes blazed with fury. He raised his spear high, and in that moment lightning split the sky again. The blade gleamed, alive with ancestral light, as though the storm itself had anointed it. You may have the storm, Jasiri roared into the darkness, but the throne of Zikora is not yours. My ancestors do not bow to serpents. The thunder cracked in response, as if mocking him. The rain lashed harder, and the river surged higher, creeping toward their camp. The canoe groaned against its bonds. Baraka and Aking rushed to steady it, but a sudden gust tore it free. The Irako vessel swung sideways into the current, drifting, threatening to vanish into the black water. Grab it! Moyo cried, plunging waist-deep into the river. The current nearly swept him away, but he caught the canoe's edge, straining with all his strength. Aking lunged to help, planting her feet in the sand, her muscles taut with effort. Quito, meanwhile, laughed into the storm, spreading his arms as though to embrace it. Yes, serpent. Show us your fury. If we survive, your defeat will be all the sweeter. Jasiri turned, rain running down his face like tears. His voice cut through the storm, sharp and commanding. Hold together. Do not give it what it wants. Stand as one, or the serpent wins tonight. For a moment, time seemed to hang. The storm howled, the river raged, the serpent's voice hissed inside their skulls. And yet, Duma's drumbeat held steady. Low, strong, unyielding. Boom. 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 It was not loud enough to drown the storm, but it was steady enough to remind them of who they were. Not prey. Not scattered reeds in the river's teeth. They were warriors of Zikora, bound by oath and by blood. With a shout, Baraka and Aking hauled the canoe back to shore. Moyo secured it with a triple knot, binding it to a root thicker than his arm. Quito finally lowered his arms, shaking with laughter, while Duma's hands did not falter on the drum. The storm raged on, but it could not take them. By dawn, the rain had weakened to a drizzle, and the clouds thinned enough to reveal pale light. The companions were soaked, shivering, exhausted, but alive. The serpent had tested them, and they had endured. Jasiri stood at the river's edge, spear in hand, eyes fixed on the horizon. His heart still burned with the serpent's words, but he also carried something else now, the unyielding rhythm of Duma's drum, the fierce grip of his companions as they saved the canoe, the defiance that had kept them from breaking. The storm had not defeated them. It had bound them tighter. But deep within the river's dark belly, unseen, the serpent waited, coils wound tighter, its hunger sharpened by their survival. The river smoothed itself after the storm, but the silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the silence of a predator crouching in grass, patient and coiled. The companions paddled in their Irako canoe, the great treewood groaning faintly under their weight. Mist hung low over the water, clinging to their shoulders like damp burial cloth, and all around them the forest grew strange. The trees were taller, their roots thicker, their branches like skeletal arms. By mid-morning they reached a vast stretch of swampland where the river split into a web of narrow channels. Here, the waters ran green and sluggish, and the air smelled of stagnant moss. Shapes moved just beneath the surface, rippling the weeds, and eyes glinted briefly before vanishing under the murk. "The land of the crocodile people," Moyo whispered, dipping his paddle slowly, carefully. "We must tread like shadows here." Baraka snorted softly, his paddle cutting strong strokes. "I am no shadow. If they mean to show teeth, let them. My axe will answer." "No, Baraka," Aking said, her voice as sharp as the tip of her spear. "This is not a land we conquer with strength. The crocodile people are cunning. They measure men not by how loud they roar, but by how steady they stand when surrounded." "Then they will find us steady," Jasiri said from the prow. His eyes did not waver from the reeds ahead, though his hand tightened around his glowing spear. The serpent's whispers had not left his mind since the storm. If anything, they hissed louder here, tangled with the swamp's breath. The first crocodile surfaced without a ripple. A monstrous beast, its hide plated like bronze, its yellow eyes fixed unblinking on the canoe. Then another rose, and another, until the canoe was ringed by half a dozen silent guardians, their ridged backs cutting the water like dark ridges of earth. And then came the people. They emerged from the reeds, skin painted in patterns of mud and ash, necklaces of crocodile teeth rattling against their chests. Their hair was matted with swamp oils, their bodies marked with scars shaped like scales. Each carried a spear tipped with bone, their movements sleek and soundless. One of them called out, his voice deep, guttural, like the low growl of his totem beast. "Who paddles into the waters of Ngolo without offering the river's keepers tribute?" Jasiri stood, tall and unflinching in the rocking canoe. "I am Prince Jasiri of Zikora, son of the Broken Throne, sworn by blood to hunt the serpent god who poisons the land. I seek safe passage, not conquest." The men laughed, a rough, humorless sound. "Safe passage is not bought with words. The serpent you speak of is no enemy here. He is the master of waters, and we are his children." At this, the companions stiffened. Baraka's hand slid toward his axe. Aking's eyes narrowed. Even Kito's grin faltered, replaced by a tight curl of unease. But Duma lifted his drum and tapped a low rhythm, steady and respectful. "We honor your strength," he said, bowing his head. "But we do not bow to the serpent. We bow to the spirits who shaped earth and sky, who gave even crocodiles their teeth. Will you deny your ancestors for a coil of scales?" The swamp fell quiet. Even the water seemed to hold its breath. The leader of the crocodile people stared at them, his jaw tense. His eyes lingered on Jasiri's glowing spear, and his voice came lower now, half growl, half warning. "Words are easy. Proof is harder. If you would pass, you must prove yourselves in the trial of the waters." "What trial?" Aking asked, her tone sharp but calm. The men raised his bone-tipped spear toward the swamp. "Among our people, the trial is the measure of truth. You will walk the waters unarmed, only with the strength the spirits gave you. If you are swallowed, you were liars. If you survive, the river has accepted your oath." "That is folly," Baraka barked. "To walk unarmed in a swamp of crocodiles is death." The crocodile warriors snarled at his tone, shifting closer, but Jasiri raised his hand, silencing both sides. His eyes glowed faintly, reflections of the spear he carried. "If this is the only path, then so be it. I will walk the trial." "No," Moyo said quickly, shaking his head. "It is a trap. They mean for you to drown." "Then I will drown," Jasiri replied, his voice steady. "But better to drown than to turn aside. The throne cannot be reclaimed by fear." He stepped forward before anyone could stop him, setting his glowing spear gently across the canoe's seats. He removed his cloak, stripped to his waist, and leapt into the swamp's green waters. The surface closed around him with a dull slap, and for a moment there was only silence. Then the crocodiles moved, slow at first, then swift, cutting toward him. Their ridged backs broke the water, their jaws opened wide. From the canoe, Aking gripped her spear, torn between restraint and battle. Moyo muttered prayers, his lips trembling. Duma's drumbeat rose, quickening, as if to hold Jasiri up with rhythm alone. And beneath the water, Jasiri felt the world twist. The swamp was no swamp, it was a dream, a spirit place, the realm of trials. The crocodiles were no longer beasts of flesh but shadow shapes, their eyes glowing like molten suns. They circled him, hissing, their voices weaving into the serpent's own. "You are prey," they hissed together. "You are meat for the water. You will never reclaim the throne." But Jisiri remembered the storm. He remembered his companion's hands on the canoe rope, Duma's drum, Akiing's unflinching eyes. He remembered his mother's blessing before she fell to the serpent's wrath. He planted his feet on the swamp's bed as though it were stone, and he raised his hands, not to fight, but to stand. "I am not prey," he said into the shadows. "I am Jisiri, son of Zikora. My throne may be broken, but my spirit is not. If the waters wish to test me, then let them see I do not break." The crocodiles lunged. Teeth flashed like blades. But when they struck, they shattered into mist, vanishing into the swamp. One by one the glowing eyes winked out, until Jisiri stood alone in the green silence, his chest heaving, his heart pounding like Duma's drum. Then the water lifted him, carried him upward, and he burst from the swamp's surface gasping, his arms spread wide. The crocodiles that had circled him before now slid back respectfully, their yellow eyes calm. The crocodile leader stared at him, his face unreadable. Then, slowly, he lowered his spear. "The river has spoken. You are no liar." With that, the warriors parted, giving the companions space to pass. Baraka exhaled loudly, relief hidden in his scowl. Quito laughed again, shaking his head. "Jisiri, you are either blessed or mad. I cannot tell which." "Both," Akiing said simply, her gaze lingering on him with something like pride. Jisiri only climbed back into the canoe, dripping, silent. He picked up his glowing spear, and though he said nothing, the serpent's hiss still curled at the edge of his mind. He had passed this trial, but he knew others, darker and sharper, awaited. As they paddled deeper into the swamp, the crocodile people's eyes followed them, unreadable. Allies, enemies, or something in between, it was too soon to know. But one thing was certain, the serpent had not been pleased. The swamp narrowed as dusk fell, its waters tightening into a twisting corridor of reeds and shadow. The mist that had clung to the morning now rose thick and silver, swallowing sound. The companions' canoe slid forward slowly, every paddle stroke echoing as though they rode inside the belly of something vast and breathing. They had passed the trial, but victory had not brought relief. An unease settled over them, heavier than the damp air. Duma's drum was silent. Akiing's sharp eyes scanned the reeds with every stroke. Even Quito, whose laughter often filled silence, muttered nothing now. Jisiri sat at the prow, the glowing spear across his knees. His body still dripped with swamp water, but what weighed on him most was not his flesh, it was the memory of the serpent's whisper beneath the trial, a hiss that had not faded but deepened. "You are prey. You are mine. You will crawl back to me." He clenched the spear tighter, and though he tried to still his face, Akiing caught the flicker in his eyes. She said nothing, but she watched him carefully, as one watches a friend walking too close to a cliff. The swamp darkened, reeds growing taller, shadows thicker. Then the canoe bumped against a hidden root. Moyo cursed softly. "We must stop here for the night. These waters are too treacherous to travel blind." They paddled toward a half-sunken mound of earth that rose from the swamp, an island barely wide enough for their camp. Thick roots curled over it like sleeping serpents, and a single dead tree jutted from its center, stripped bare of bark. Baraka leapt out first, dragging the canoe to shore. "A poor camp, but better than drowning," he muttered. They set a small fire, though the damp air fought it bitterly, and gathered close around it. The swamp croaked with frogs and thrummed with insects, but still the silence between them felt heavier. It was Duma who broke it, his voice low, as if not to wake the swamp itself. What Jisiri faced today was not only the trial of men. It was a trial of spirits. And spirits do not release what they test. Meaning. Baraka grunted, tearing dried meat with his teeth. "Meaning," Duma said, tapping the rim of his drum, "that part of him still lingers in that water. Whether the river blessed him or cursed him, we will see soon enough." Jisiri looked up sharply. "The river blessed me. it let me live. Duma's gaze was steady. Or it marked you. A silence fell. The fire spat sparks. The swamp croaked. And then, from the shadows of the reeds, a sound came, low, slithering, like something dragging its body across wet ground. They turned as one, weapons half raised, but nothing emerged. Only the reeds swayed, as though brushed by something unseen. That night, when they tried to sleep, the dreams came. Baraka dreamed of a battlefield, his axe dulled, his strength stolen. Around him, crocodiles and serpents fed on his warriors, their blood turning the earth into a swamp. He roared, but his voice was thin as a child's cry. He woke sweating, his hand clutching his axe as though it might vanish. Aching dreamed of her village by the great plains, of children's laughter and the sound of drums. Then the serpent came, not as a beast, but as a man cloaked in scales, his eyes golden. He whispered promises of a crown if only she betrayed the prince. She woke with her jaw clenched and her spear at her side, her body trembling in fury. Duma dreamed of his drum. Its skin split open, and from it crawled snakes, coiling around his arms. Each hissed his name in 1,000 voices. When he struck the drum to banish them, no sound came. Only silence. He woke with his drum across his lap, his fingers numb. But it was Jasiri's dream that shook them most. He dreamed he was back in the swamp's trial, but this time he did not stand. He knelt, bound in the coils of a serpent vast as the horizon. Its scales glittered black and green, its eyes molten gold. It pressed its fanged mouth to his ear and whispered, "Why fight me, child of Zikora? Why suffer? Come back. Take the throne I offer. Take the power I give. Your people will kneel. All you need is one word, yes." In the dream, he almost said it. His lips parted. The word trembled there. And then he woke, choking, sweat slick on his skin. But what froze the others was not his sudden gasp, it was the sight of scales, faint and glimmering, across his forearm. Only for a heartbeat, as though the firelight played tricks. Then they vanished, leaving bare skin. Moyo, who had been staring, whispered in horror. The serpent has touched him. The others froze. The fire crackled. Jasiri stared at his own arm, trembling, as if he too had seen. "No," he said hoarsely. "It's nothing. Just a shadow. Just the fire." But no one answered. Their eyes told him what their voices did not, the seed of doubt had been planted. Somewhere in the reeds, the slithering sound came again, longer this time, closer. And in Jasiri's mind, the whisper returned, sweet and terrible, "Soon you will see. You are not their prince. You are mine." The swamp narrowed into a long channel, its waters running faster, pulling them toward a place where black cliffs rose like the ribs of some ancient beast. The companions sat in the Irako canoe, silent but tense. No laughter, no song, not even Kito's mischief could lighten the heaviness that clung to them. The memory of the night weighed heavily. Each had dreamed of serpents, each had woken with unease. But it was Jasiri's dream that haunted them most, though none dared speak of it openly. They had seen his arm shimmer with faint scales. They had heard Moyo's fearful whisper. And though Jasiri swore it was only shadows, doubt had already taken root. The gorge yawned before them now, a wound in the land, where stone walls pressed tight and dark water churned. Mist swirled above its mouth, and the air smelled of iron and rot. Baraka was the first to speak. "This gorge," he growled, "is no place for men. The ancestors sealed something in there, I can feel it. We should turn back." "We cannot," Jasiri answered, his voice sharp with impatience. "The golden lion's hide lies beyond. Do you wish to return empty-handed, to hand Zubri your axe and your honor both?" Baraka's thick neck flushed with anger. "Do not speak of honor to me, boy. I do not like how you wake screaming in the night. I do not like what crawls on your skin when the fire burns low." A silence fell. Even the water seemed to hush. Jasiri's jaw tightened. "You think I serve the serpent?" Baraka's fists clenched. "I think the serpent has marked you. Perhaps you bring us straight into its jaws. Perhaps this quest is already lost. Before Jisiri could answer, Akeing's spear slammed into the earth between them. Her eyes flashed like lightning. Enough. The swamp whispers lies. That is its way. If we turn on one another now, we are already dead. Duma's deep voice followed, low and steady. She speaks true. The serpent feeds on suspicion. But do not blind yourselves either. Jisiri carries more than he says. His eyes rested on the prince, heavy with unspoken truth. Quito, who had been silent, finally smirked and broke the tension with a laugh that sounded more like a knife's edge than humor. Ah, so it begins. Heroes turn on heroes, just as the old tales say. Shall I place a bet? Will Baraka's axe take Jisiri's head, or will the prince feed Baraka to the gorge? Enough, trickster, Akeing snapped. Your tongue sows poison. Quito's smile widened, but he said no more. The canoe drifted closer to the gorge. The cliffs towered, black stone streaked with red veins that gleamed like blood in the dim light. The mist thickened until it seemed the very air was alive, curling into shapes that flickered like spirits. Duma began to drum softly, a steady rhythm to keep their hearts from breaking apart. Do not listen to the gorge, he murmured. Its voice is strong. Stronger than sleep, stronger than hunger. Keep your ears on the drum. As they entered the mouth of the gorge, the world changed. The air grew colder, though the sun still burned faintly above. The walls closed in, pressing like jaws around them. Echoes rose, voices that were not theirs. Jisiri heard his uncle's laugh. Baraka heard his father's scorn. Akeing heard the children of her village crying her name. Quito heard coins spilling like rain. Duma heard silence swallowing his drum. Each man and woman stiffened, their eyes darting, their breaths quickening. Drum louder, Jisiri hissed. Duma struck harder, but even the drum's voice seemed swallowed by the gorge. The canoe struck a hidden current and jolted. Baraka nearly toppled overboard, saved only by Akeing's quick hand. He growled but nodded his thanks. Then the gorge began to whisper. It did not whisper in the wind or the water. It whispered in their minds. Baraka, why follow a cursed prince? He will lead you to your death. Akeing, why serve another's throne when you could take your own? Quito, gold waits if you betray them now. Duma, your drum is silent. What power do you have left? Jisiri, you are mine already. Stop fighting. The companions shivered. Their eyes turned, not outward, but upon one another. Suspicion deepened. Baraka's hand gripped his axe as though ready to strike. Akeing's spear tip trembled, unsure whether it pointed at the shadows or at her own friends. Quito's smile returned, sly and dangerous. Duma's drumbeat faltered, once, then steadied again, though sweat ran down his face. Jisiri clutched the glowing spear tighter, his breath ragged. He felt the serpent's words like fire in his blood. Mine. 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 At last, he shouted, his voice echoing off the stone. Enough. I am no servant of the serpent. I will bring back the lion's hide, or I will die in this gorge. If you cannot trust me, then strike me now. But if you follow me, do not look back. His voice rang strong, and for a moment, silence fell. The gorge laughed. It was a sound like rocks grinding, like bones breaking. But in that laugh, the serpent knew it had planted its seed. And as the canoe drifted deeper, each heart carried doubt. They rowed forward together, yet suspicion sat between them like a shadow they could not shake. The gorge stretched on, endless, dark. And somewhere within its veins of stone, something vast stirred, waiting. The walls of the gorge grew narrower until the canoe scraped its sides, the sound sharp as teeth gnawing bone. Overhead, the strip of sky thinned into a dark ribbon, the mist blotting out even the faintest sun. The air was damp and close, clinging to their skin like sweat that never dried. Duma's drum kept a slow rhythm, steadying their breaths, but it felt hollow now, muffled as though the gorge itself mocked his music. The current pushed them onward, tugging with invisible hands. None spoke, for the whispers had not stopped since they entered. They did not come as words now but as thoughts half-formed, like dreams bleeding into waking. Baraka's hand never left his axe. Aking rode with tense shoulders, her spear within easy reach. Kito's lips curled into a private smile, as though only he heard a joke the others could not. Josiri gripped the spear of ancestral light, the glow faint but stubborn, as though resisting the gorge itself. The current quickened. The canoe tilted. Then, without warning, the water beneath them erupted. A massive shape burst forth, dripping black slime. It was a guardian born of the gorge, a creature half-serpent, half-crustacean. Its body rippled with scales like river stone, but from its sides jutted claws longer than spears, snapping with bone-crushing force. Its head was the skull of a crocodile stretched too far, its jaws gaping with needle teeth. And its eyes glowed red, the color of hunger. Aking gasped. "What is that thing?" Duma's drumbeat broke into a frantic rhythm. "The gorge has a keeper. Strike fast or be dragged under." The beast lunged at the canoe, one claw slamming down, splitting wood. Water gushed through the crack. Baraka roared and swung his axe. The blade bit into the creature's claw with a crunch, sending shards flying, but the beast did not falter. Instead, its second claw snapped at Baraka's waist. Josiri thrust his glowing spear between them. Light flared, searing the claw, forcing it back with a hiss of steam. But the creature only writhed stronger, its serpentine body coiling around the canoe. The water churned, pulling them toward jagged rocks. "Hold it back!" Josiri shouted. "If it capsizes us, we're finished." Kito leapt lithely to the beast's back, dagger flashing. "I'll carve my name in its hide before I drown." He stabbed again and again, but his blade glanced off its scales as though striking iron. The guardian's tail whipped around, striking the canoe. Aking nearly lost her balance but steadied herself, then drove her spear into its flank. The shaft shuddered, stuck fast, but dark ichor oozed forth. The creature shrieked, a sound that rattled the stone walls. The gorge itself seemed to echo the cry, as if 100 voices screamed with it. Josiri's mind burned with whispers. "Strike him down, it is Baraka who weakens you, it is Aking who will betray you." He grit his teeth, thrusting the voices away. "Together," he bellowed. "Strike together." For a moment, the companions obeyed. Baraka swung his axe into the wounded flank. Aking shoved her spear deeper. Kito slashed at its softer underbelly. Duma pounded his drum, chanting an old battle song. Josiri drove his spear straight into the beast's skull. The light of his weapon burst outward, flooding the gorge with brilliance. The creature convulsed, screeched, and then collapsed into the water with a thunderous splash, black ichor staining the current. Its coils slackened. Slowly, it sank beneath the surface, leaving only ripples that lapped against the canoe. The companions panted, soaked and trembling. Their boat leaked badly, but it still held. Baraka spat into the water. "If that was the first guardian, I do not care to meet the second." But his words held less fire than before. For a moment, he had seen Josiri fight with fury not of a traitor, but of a man who would not bend. Aking's eyes softened too, though she said nothing. Duma's drumming slowed, becoming steady once more. "The gorge tests us," he murmured. "Not only with claws and teeth, but with doubt. Did you not feel it?" The whispers grew stronger as we fought. "I heard nothing but its shriek," Baraka lied. But Kito chuckled low, shaking his head. "No, you heard. We all heard." And perhaps the whispers spoke truth. His eyes gleamed as they darted from Josiri to Aking. "What will you do when the gorge tells you the one beside you holds the knife?" "Enough," Josiri snapped. His spear still glowed faintly, dripping black ichor into the water. "We will not fall to suspicion. Not here." Yet even as he spoke, the gorge rumbled again, a sound deep and distant, as though something far larger than the guardian had stirred. The current dragged them forward once more, into deeper shadow. And though they had survived, none could deny that Kito's words lingered like poison. The gorge narrowed further as dusk fell, though here it was impossible to know whether the sun had set or if the stone walls simply swallowed all light. They pulled the canoe onto a ledge of slick rock and set a meager camp. There was no soil, no grass, only black stone veined with green moss that glowed faintly, giving the cavern an otherworldly sheen. The river hissed beside them, never silent, as though carrying its own tongue. They ate in silence at first. The roasted fish Aking had speared earlier tasted bitter, as if the gorge itself had tainted it. Josiri tried to say words of courage, but they felt heavy in his mouth. Finally, Duma broke the silence with his drum. He struck it softly, each beat echoing long after the hand fell away, reverberating through the gorge like a second heartbeat. But the whispers came too. Louder now. Clearer. Baraka suddenly flinched, dropping the bony nod. His axe hand twitched. Who said that? Aking turned sharply. No one spoke, Baraka. You're jumpy. Do not mock me, he growled. His voice trembled, not with anger, but fear. It said you would put a spear through my back while I sleep. Aking rose to her feet, spear in hand. If I wished you dead, strongman, you would already be feeding the gorge. The air thickened between them, rage and mistrust sparking like flint and tinder. Josiri leapt up, placing himself between the two. Enough. The gorge whispers to divide us. Do you not see? That is its power. If we turn on each other, we will not even reach the serpent's den. But Kito's laughter cut through the tense air, thin and sharp as a knife. He leaned back against the stone, arms folded. And what if the gorge does not lie? What if it only tells truths we pretend not to see? That Baraka's temper will one day crush us as surely as his axe. That Aking's heart burns with jealousy. That Josiri himself hides more than he shows. His grin gleamed in the green glow. Perhaps the gorge only unmasks. Baraka's face twisted. If I hear you laugh once more, trickster, I will silence you. Oh, I do not doubt you would try, Kito said lightly, though his eyes did not leave Josiri. The prince clenched his fists. The whispers gnawed him too. He had heard them since they landed. They do not follow you out of loyalty. They wait for their chance to claim the hide for themselves. Even Aking will abandon you. Even Duma will play his drum at your grave. He looked at their faces, Baraka scowling, Aking rigid, Kito smiling too wide, Duma drumming with eyes closed as though praying to shut it all out. Josiri forced his voice steady. We will not listen. We will keep watch in turns. At dawn we leave this cursed ledge. No one argued, but no one agreed either. Night deepened. They lay upon cold stone, listening to the river's endless hiss. The green moss glowed dim, shadows moving across the gorge walls like restless spirits. Baraka took first watch. His bulk sat hunched, axe across his knees, eyes darting to every flicker of shadow. He muttered under his breath, curses or prayers, no one could tell. When his shift ended, Aking rose. She paced, spear tapping softly against the stone. She did not look at Baraka as he lay down, nor he at her. Later, Kito's turn came. He hummed under his breath, a sly tune that wound through the camp. His dagger gleamed faintly as he turned it in his hand. Josiri watched him from half-closed eyes, uneasy. But it was during Duma's watch that the first betrayal seed took root. The drummer sat with his instrument in his lap, tapping slow rhythms to keep himself awake. His eyes half-closed, he swayed with the beat, listening. And then he heard it, clearer than ever. Duma, the whisper purred, almost gentle. You are the heart of their journey. Without your drum, the spirits will not guide them. Without your rhythms, their courage will die. But do they honor you? No. They honor Josiri, the would-be king. The ancestors love him, not you. He will return to Zikora a king. And you? You will remain nothing but a drummer, forgotten. The rhythm faltered. His hands hesitated. Take your power. The serpent will not bow to Josiri's spear, but to your drum. If you break him, the throne is yours to guide. You need only let one mistake happen. Just one. Duma's heart pounded with the beat. Sweat glistened on his brow despite the chill. He looked at Josire's sleeping face, peaceful even here. His hands clenched on the drum. The whisper lingered. When the time comes, you will choose. And the world will remember your name. Duma closed his eyes tight, striking the drum again and again, as if to drown out the voice. But the seed was planted, its roots curling deeper with every echo. By dawn, they rose, weary and unspeaking. None mentioned the night. But when they set the canoe back into the river and drifted deeper into the gorge, suspicion had already taken its first true shape. And unseen in the shadows above, the gorge watched, satisfied. The gorge bent like the coils of some vast serpent, and with every turn, the air grew heavier. The moss light dimmed until even the faint green glow seemed swallowed, and the river narrowed into a restless stream, black as obsidian. The canoe scraped against jagged rocks, and their paddles seemed to move through thick oil rather than water. No one spoke. The silence between them was stretched thin, like the skin of a drum ready to split. Then the first illusion came. It was Baraka who saw it. On the ledge above the river, his mother stood. She was wrapped in her faded red shawl, the same one she had worn when she died of fever years ago. Her arms were open, her eyes wet with tears. "Baraka," she called, her voice breaking. "Come to me, my son. Leave this cursed path. Come home." The warrior dropped his paddle, nearly tipping the canoe. His face went pale, his massive hands trembling. "Mother." Aching seized him by the shoulder. "Baraka." There is nothing there. But he saw her. He saw her so clearly it tore open his heart. "She's alive, she's alive." His voice cracked like a boy's. He tried to climb out, but Josire caught him by the arm, pulling him back into the canoe. "Hold fast." Josire roared. "That is not your mother, it is the gorge twisting your grief." The woman's face shifted. Her smile grew too wide, her eyes too dark. In a blink, she dissolved into mist. Baraka slumped, chest heaving, rage and shame battling within him. I swear it was her," he whispered, voice broken. Keto smirked, though unease flickered across his eyes. "The gorge knows our hearts. That is why it toys with us. What will it show the rest of you, I wonder?" As if on cue, the gorge answered. Aching froze, her paddle hanging midair. From the shadows on the rock, her brother emerged. She knew it was him, though he had been taken by slavers when she was 10, never seen again. His wrists bore shackles, his body thin and frail. "Sister," his voice was a rasp, yet tender. "Why did you not save me? Why do you fight for princes and kings when your own blood rots in chains?" Aching's throat closed. Her spear slipped from her hand into the canoe's belly. She reached toward him, her eyes shining with tears. "Baba." Josire grabbed her hand, forcing it down. "No. He is gone. That is not your brother." But Aching fought him, her body straining. "I see him. I hear him. Let me go." "No," Josire said, gripping her wrists tight. "If you leave the canoe, you will drown in lies." The vision faded, leaving only the black stone. Aching sagged against him, tears streaking her cheeks. She did not speak for a long time. The silence pressed heavier than stone. Only the steady drumming of Duma's fingers on his lap broke it, though even that sound seemed fragile, uncertain. Then it was Josire's turn. On the far bank, a throne appeared, carved of ivory and gold. Upon it sat his father, the old king, wearing the crown of Zikora. His voice boomed across the water, "My son, you have failed me. The hide will never be yours. You drag ghosts and beggars to their deaths, while the serpent grows stronger. Return home, or die forgotten." Josire's grip on his spear tightened until his knuckles whitened. He could smell the palace air, feel the weight of the crown just beyond reach. His heart burned with shame and hunger both. The image wavered. For a moment, he wanted nothing more than to leap into the water, swim to that throne, kneel before his father. But then he heard Duma's drum, low, steady, a heartbeat against the lies. The sound tethered him. He shut his eyes, shaking. When he opened them again, the throne was gone. Yet the seed was planted, a whisper of doubt, a wound reopened. And then Quito laughed. The trickster's vision was different. From the shadows came a woman draped in jewels, her beauty blinding. She leaned down, cupping his chin, whispering into his ear so only he could hear. Quito's smile widened, too sharp, too hungry. "What did you see?" Jacairi demanded. Quito licked his lips, eyes glittering. "Why should I tell you? Perhaps the gorge shows me promises instead of curses. Perhaps it knows that I am destined to survive while others drown." Baraka snarled. "Speak plain, or I will make you." But Quito only grinned wider, hugging his secrets close. The canoe drifted on, the illusions fading, but their poison lingering. No one looked at one another the same way again. That night, when they made camp on another barren ledge, the silence was no longer heavy. It was sharp. Cutting. Jacairi sat apart, staring into the water, seeing not the river but the vision of the throne in his father's condemning eyes. Baraka sharpened his axe with furious strokes, muttering under his breath. Aking sat with her back to the group, face hidden in her palms, whispering prayers to ancestors who gave no answer. Duma struck his drum with uneven hands, caught between fear and the whisper that still lingered in his mind, "It could be yours." And Quito? He sat in the glow of the moss, smiling into the dark, his dagger gleaming. The gorge had shown them their hearts. And now, the serpent needed only to wait. The gorge closed in tighter, its black cliffs looming like the ribs of a buried beast. The river, once sluggish, began to quicken, its surface broken by jagged rocks that jutted like teeth. The canoe, light as it was, creaked under the strain of the current. Jacairi sat at the bow, his jaw locked, spear across his knees. He said nothing, though the vision of the throne still lingered in the back of his mind, gnawing. He could almost feel his father's disapproving gaze. Every paddle stroke felt like defiance against the ghostly command to turn back. The water hissed, then roared. What had been whispers in the night before now became voices in the river itself. They rose and fell like chants, like wails of the forgotten dead. Baraka spat into the current, his grip on the paddle hard enough to splinter wood. "Spirits of the drowned. They claw at us." And indeed, when Aking dipped her hand into the water to steady them, a pale arm seized her wrist. She gasped, yanking back, but the hand clung to her with the strength of a living man. A face rose from the black current, a woman's, eyes hollow, hair drifting like riverweed. Her lips parted, and a stream of water poured from her mouth. "Help me, stay with me." Aking screamed, striking the face with her knife. The blade met no flesh, only water. The hand vanished, but the mark it left around her wrist was red and raw. Quito chuckled, though his laughter was strained. "So the river wishes company. Perhaps we should toss a prince to it. Or a grieving warrior. Or a girl who prays too loudly." Baraka surged forward, rage twisting his face. "You mock her again, and I'll..." "Enough." Jacairi's voice boomed across the gorge, silencing them. But beneath his command, doubt throbbed. His people's stories told of such waters, the Azuoba, the river of kings, were those who died unjustly gathered, hungering for the warmth of the living. The canoe spun suddenly, dragged by a whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere. The current pulled them toward a jagged wall. Rocks screeched against the hull. "Paddle!" Jacairi roared. They dug their oars into the water, fighting the pull. Baraka's muscles strained, veins bulging as he pushed back against the deathly spin. Aking gritted her teeth, driving her paddle into the water with furious strokes. Even Duma, trembling, threw his weight into it, his drum forgotten at his side. The canoe shuddered, turning away just before impact. But something followed them out of the whirlpool. Dozens of pale faces rose from the current, eyes glowing faintly like fireflies in fog. They clawed at the canoe's sides, whispering and wailing. One dragged itself half out of the water, ribs exposed through translucent skin, mouth gaping with hunger. Duma shrieked, falling backward. The figure lunged toward him. Jasiri drove his spear through the specter's chest. The weapon passed through like mist, yet the thing shrieked, dissolving into black spray. The others howled louder, closing in. "Strike them!" Jasiri commanded. Even mist can bleed under ancestral light. Baraka swung his axe, the edge shimmering faintly in the moss light. Each blow tore the wraiths apart, though more rose in their place. Akiing's knife flashed silver as she slashed at clawing hands, cutting them down in bursts of spray. Kito, however, did not fight. He leaned back, smiling as one ghost hovered before him, its voice low and coaxing. "Come with us, trickster. The serpent waits for you. He knows your name." Kito tilted his head, whispering something only the dead could hear. The ghost laughed, then sank back into the current, leaving him untouched. Baraka saw it. His face darkened, rage burning hotter than fear. But there was no time to strike Kito, for the river itself rebelled. The current surged, lifting the canoe high, then dropping it into a gorge-wide wave. Water crashed over them, drenching their bodies, choking their mouths with river salt. The canoe nearly capsized, but Jasiri planted his spear into the hull, anchoring them as if by will alone. "Hold!" he roared, his voice like thunder. The wave carried them forward, deeper into the gorge, until at last it spat them out into a calmer stretch. The wraiths melted away, their whispers fading into silence. The group sat dripping, trembling, the canoe half-filled with water. Akiing's face was pale, her wrist throbbing where the ghost had grabbed her. Duma curled around his drum, rocking like a child. Baraka's eyes were fixed on Kito, his chest heaving. "You spoke to them," Baraka snarled. "You spoke to them, and they let you live. What did you say?" Kito's grin was thin, dangerous. "Perhaps the dead know me better than the living. Perhaps they respect me more than you do." Baraka lunged, his axe raised, but Jasiri slammed his spear but between them. The crack echoed against the stone. "Enough." Jasiri's voice rang, heavy with command. "If you shed blood among us now, the serpent will not need to kill us. We will have killed ourselves." The silence that followed was thick as tar. But in that silence, something had shifted. Suspicion had taken root. Kito's smile was sharper now, his eyes glinting in the moss light. Baraka's distrust had hardened into something closer to hatred. And Jasiri, though he held them apart, felt the gorge pressing in on his own spirit. The river had tested their bodies, but the true battle was for their hearts. As the canoe drifted into the deeper dark, none spoke. Only the current whispered, promising that worse lay ahead. The river thinned into a narrow throat, its banks drawing so close the canoe could scrape both sides at once. The gorge above swallowed the stars, leaving only the sickly moss light that clung to the stone. Here, even the sound of the current grew strange, throbbing like a drumbeat that did not match the rhythm of their paddles. Jasiri raised his spear, its faint ancestral glow the only comfort. "This place," he murmured, "is not for the living." Baraka grunted, but his eyes betrayed unease. Akiing clutched her beads tighter, whispering prayers in a tongue older than kingdoms. Duma's drum was silent, resting across his knees as though he feared to strike it. Only Kito seemed at ease, leaning against the hull, a smirk hidden in the half-dark as though the gorge whispered jokes only to him. The air grew colder. Their breath misted before their lips. Then the walls changed. Bones. At first a scattering of pale shapes clinging to the rock, ribs, a broken jaw, a skull peering out from a crack. But soon, the walls were crowded with them. Skeletons of men and women wedged into stone crevices, their arms outstretched as though clawing upward. Skulls stacked upon skulls, some grinning, others locked in eternal screams. The canoe passed a ribcage so massive it must have belonged to an elephant, bleached to ghostly white. "The Gate of Bones," Akiing whispered. Her voice trembled, as though saying the name itself risked summoning the wrath of whatever spirits dwelled there. Baraka spat into the water. "I know this place from the stories of my father. Warriors dragged here never returned. Their bodies hang on these walls as warnings." "They are not warnings," Kito said, his grin widening. "They are trophies." The canoe drifted deeper, the current steady but slow, as if savoring their fear. Each paddle stroke echoed off the walls like a heartbeat. The sound of water dripping through skulls joined it, forming a grotesque rhythm. Then came the voices. Low murmurs at first, rising from the bones themselves. The skulls whispered. Their hollow mouths moved without flesh, breathless words curling into the air. Turn back. Blood, blood will pay. Prince of a broken throne, your fate is sealed. Josiri felt his chest tighten. His father's face flashed in his mind again, but this time the Ghost King's eyes were empty sockets, and his crown had become a coil of snakes. He shook his head violently, clutching his spear. You will not have me. The canoe scraped against something. Baraka leaned over the side, then recoiled. Floating in the water were bones, loose, scattered, some gnawed, some polished smooth by years of current. One skull bobbed up to meet his gaze, its jaw clacking open and shut as though mocking him. Enough games, Baraka growled, slamming the flat of his axe against the skull. It cracked, then dissolved into dust that spread across the water. But that act of defiance woke something deeper. The gorge rumbled. Bones rattled against the stone like thousands of teeth chattering. Skulls tumbled from the walls into the river, splashing around the canoe. Ribs, femurs, spines, all raining down. The water foamed white with the dead. Duma shrieked, hugging his drum to his chest. They rise. They rise. From beneath the water, shapes began to stir. Not spirits this time, but skeletons dragged whole from the riverbed. They clambered up the side of the canoe, their bones clicking like dry branches. One seized Aking's ankle, its empty sockets burning with blue fire. She stabbed it with her knife, but the blade clanged uselessly against bone. Josiri swung his spear, its ancestral light flaring. When it struck the skeleton, the bones shattered into ash. Light. Josiri shouted. Use light. Baraka cursed, raising his axe. With each strike he called on his lineage, his voice booming with the names of his forefathers. Sparks of golden flame erupted from the blade, scattering bones into dust. Aking lifted her beads high, chanting prayers so fiercely that some of the skeletons froze, their jaws snapping in futile hunger before collapsing. But the river itself fought back. The current surged, throwing more bones against them. The canoe lurched, tipping dangerously. Duma clutched the hull, his drum sliding toward the water. He caught it just in time, then slammed his palms against its skin. Boom. 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 The sound thundered through the gorge. For an instant, the skeletons recoiled, their bones trembling as though struck by the heartbeat of the earth itself. Duma's eyes blazed. His voice rose in song, cracked with fear but strong with desperation. Bones of the forgotten, hear the drum of the living. Return to your sleep. The beat rolled like thunder. The skeletons shrieked, their forms unraveling into dust. One by one they collapsed, dragged back into the depths. The river stilled. The rain of bones ceased. Silence returned. The canoe rocked gently, surrounded by fragments of ash drifting across the water like snow. Breathless, they sat in the silence. Aking touched her wrist where the skeleton had gripped her. The skin was bruised, darkened as though the bone's touch had poisoned her blood. She hid it quickly, lowering her sleeve. Baraka wiped sweat from his brow, glaring at Kito. And you did nothing. Kito leaned back, unbothered, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Ah, but nothing is sometimes everything. Did we not survive? Perhaps the serpent wishes me untouched. Perhaps I am the only one he favors. Baraka growled, but Josiri cut him off. His voice was heavy, strained, yet steady. We have entered the serpent's hall. Every step forward will cost us. But we will endure, for the throne, for the kingdom. Yet even as he spoke, he knew the serpent's eyes were upon them. The gate of bones was not merely a passage, it was a promise. The deeper they went, the more they would pay. And though the skeletons had fallen silent, Josiri could still hear one whisper lodged in his mind, like a thorn. Your blood will be the crown. The river widened again, and the gorge walls gave way to a cavern so immense that the canoe seemed like a leaf adrift on an endless ocean of shadow. No stars shone here, no moonlight filtered through. The only illumination came from faint streams of phosphorescence running along the cavern ceiling, glowing veins of green and blue like the ribs of some colossal beast. The silence was suffocating. Even the water beneath them had grown unnaturally still, as though afraid to move. The paddles dipped soundlessly, leaving ripples that did not spread. Each of them felt it, an unseen presence heavy in the air, watching, measuring, waiting. Baraka's hand tightened on his axe. This is no river. This is a throat. A throat that swallows kingdoms, Aking said softly. Her beads clinked faintly in her trembling hands. Jasiri's spear glowed, but the light felt weaker here, as if the very air drank its fire. Still, he lifted it high. We move forward. There is no return. Yet forward was treacherous. The cavern played tricks on the eye. One moment the water stretched into infinity, the next it seemed to narrow into a channel no wider than the canoe. Shapes flickered in the glow of the ceiling veins, outlines of palaces rising from the water, the silhouettes of warriors bowing, the shimmer of crowns and gold. Quito leaned toward one such vision, a tower of carved ivory that rose from the black surface. He reached out a hand as if to touch it, his face lit with awe. Do you see it? The serpent does not guard ruin. He guards treasure. Do not be fooled, Jasiri snapped, his voice hard. The serpent weaves lies. But the illusions grew stronger. Aking gasped, clutching her chest. Before her eyes, the cavern melted into her home village, whole and thriving. Children she had lost danced on the banks, laughing. Her husband, dead for 3 years, waved to her from the doorway of their hut. Tears streaked her face. They're alive, my family, they're waiting for me. Duma's drum slipped from his lap as he stared across the water. A circle of drummers appeared on a phantom shore, all of them kin he had buried long ago. Their rhythms beat in his chest, calling him to join. His body swayed, his eyes half shut in longing. Even Baraka, who had never bowed to spirits, saw something, his father, standing tall and proud, untouched by the sickness that had wasted him. The old warrior raised his axe in salute, his lips moving. Come home, son. The canoe rocked dangerously as they leaned toward their visions. Only Jasiri resisted. He saw illusions too, his mother alive and smiling, his throne unbroken, his people bowing in peace. Yet within the vision, at the edge of his mother's robe, he glimpsed it, a scale. Shining, slick, reptilian. His heart hardened. He slammed the butt of his spear against the canoe's floor. The ancestral light burst outward, burning like lightning across the cavern. The illusions shattered. The ivory towers cracked and sank. The villages dissolved. The drummers vanished with a hiss. What remained was only the cavern, endless and dark. Aking collapsed into sobs, clutching her beads. Baraka cursed and turned his face away, ashamed of the tears in his eyes. Duma trembled, hugging his drum as if to keep it from betraying him again. Quito, however, was smiling. His smirk was sharper than before, his eyes glinting like a serpent's in firelight. The serpent showed us what we most desire. He is generous, is he not? Not every god tempts with gifts before striking. Jasiri glared at him. Do not mistake poison for generosity. But Quito only laughed softly. Sometimes poison is the sweetest wine. Then the water beneath them stirred. Slowly at first, then stronger, as though something immense moved in the black depths. A ripple spread outward, circling the canoe. The cavern itself groaned. From the glowing veins in the ceiling, dust rained like falling stars. The ripples grew into waves. The canoe pitched violently, nearly throwing them all overboard. And then they heard it. A hiss so vast it shook the marrow of their bones. From the far end of the cavern, 2 points of fire lit up, eyes, burning with molten fury. They were so distant they could have been suns, yet even across the gulf their heat seared the air. Slowly, a shape uncoiled behind them. A shadow too vast to comprehend. Coils thicker than trees shifted beneath the water, each movement sending waves crashing against the walls. The serpent god had awakened. His body stretched across the cavern, vanishing into darkness, yet every ripple declared his enormity. His hiss grew into a roar, the sound of storms breaking mountains. A cold certainty filled Jasiri's chest. The battles before were only trials. This was the true war. The serpent had seen them. And now, he would not let them leave. The canoe trembled on the black water. The eyes burned brighter, drawing closer. The time of illusions was over. The time of blood had begun. The cavern shuddered as though the bones of the earth were straining to hold back what writhed beneath the water. The black surface heaved, and then it broke open with a sound like a mountain splitting. The serpent god rose. First came the coils, an endless body of scales glistening with sickly hues of olive, gold, and shadow. Each loop of his body was as wide as a hut, water cascading from him in waterfalls that nearly swamped the canoe. Then came the head, massive, angular, crowned with ridges of bone and horn. His fiery eyes glared like twin furnaces, burning so hot that steam rose from the water where they fell. His jaws gaped open, revealing fangs the size of spears, dripping venom that hissed as it struck the river. The sight crushed the breath from their chests. This was no spirit or dream. This was a god that could devour kingdoms. The canoe rocked violently, flung against the waves. Baraka gripped his axe with white knuckles. By all the ancestors, he is as big as the legend said. No, Akeeing whispered, her voice trembling as her beads clicked together. Bigger. The serpent struck. A coil lashed from the water, slamming down like a falling tree. The canoe barely swerved in time, Duma screaming as the spray drenched him. Another coil rose and wrapped the air, sweeping toward them with the force of a hurricane. Paddle! Jasiri shouted. His voice cut through their fear like steel. He raised the glowing spear high, its ancestral light blazing in defiance. The canoe surged forward as they dug their paddles deep, fighting the current and the waves. The serpent hissed, the sound deafening. His body twisted and smashed the cavern walls, rock shattering and tumbling into the river. Echoes thundered through the vast chamber, making it feel as though the world itself were collapsing. Then the god turned his head toward Jasiri. The prince met his fiery gaze without flinching. "You took my throne," Jasiri shouted across the roar. His voice was raw with fury, echoing against the stone. "You devoured my people. But I am not here to beg, I am here to end you." The serpent lunged. His jaws opened, fangs dripping poison, rushing straight for the canoe. Jasiri hurled his spear. It blazed like lightning, streaking through the cavern and plunging into the serpent's face. The weapon struck just below one eye, searing through scale and flesh. The god reared back, hissing in pain, thrashing so violently that waves lifted the canoe high into the air before slamming it down again. The cavern shook as though about to collapse. Stalactites broke loose from the ceiling and plunged into the water like falling spears. The serpent's eyes narrowed with hatred. Blood, black and thick as oil, oozed from the wound, trailing smoke where it touched the water. He bellowed, the sound making their bones vibrate, and then his coils shot forward, faster than arrows. One massive loop wrapped around the canoe. Wood groaned and cracked as the vessel was squeezed. Akeeing screamed, clutching her beads as the serpent's muscles crushed the sides inward. Water spilled in. Baraka roared and swung his axe. The blade bit into the thick scale, sparks flying, but the serpent barely flinched. Another coil rose, wrapping higher, pressing tighter, as though it would snap the canoe, and them, like dry reeds. Duma, eyes wide with terror, slammed his drum with desperate hands. The rhythm cracked through the chaos, carrying the pulse of defiance. The sound echoed unnaturally, amplified by the cavern, like the ancestors themselves were answering. For a heartbeat, the serpent hesitated, his coils loosening slightly. "Now!" Jasiri bellowed. He pulled the spear back to his hand, the weapon had returned, glowing brighter than before. With a cry that shook his soul, he drove it down into the coil, crushing them. Light exploded, burning through flesh. The serpent recoiled, hissing in rage, flinging the canoe backward. The vessel spun wildly, crashing against the waves, nearly overturning. Everyone clung desperately, coughing, soaked, their faces pale with fear and awe. The serpent thrashed in the water, blood hissing as it spread, but his strength was far from broken. His massive head rose again, eyes burning hotter, venom dripping in rivers. "He bleeds," Jasiri growled, voice ragged but steady, "but he is not yet defeated." Quito, who had been silent throughout the clash, leaned forward, his eyes glittering strangely in the glow. "And perhaps," he said softly, almost reverently, "he cannot be defeated. Perhaps gods do not die by mortal hands." Jasiri turned to him sharply, suspicion flashing in his eyes, but before he could answer, the serpent's roar split the cavern once more. The battle had only just begun. The cavern was no longer a place of stone and water, it had become a storming battlefield of gods and mortals. The river boiled and surged under the serpent god's fury, every wave higher than the last, threatening to capsize the canoe at any moment. The walls groaned, shedding dust and fragments, as though the earth itself wished to collapse and bury them all. The serpent rose fully, coils writhing like living mountains, his wounded eye blazing with hate. His hiss rattled the cavern, and the stench of his breath, venom and rot, choked the air. His voice followed, deep and terrible, echoing from all sides as though the cavern were his mouth. "You dare wound me, child of clay. You dare pierce the flesh of a god." The water surged forward, lifting their canoe like a leaf. Jasiri clung to the spear, the light of the ancestors steady in his grip. "You are no god," he spat. "You are a thief who sits upon what is not yours." The serpent's laughter was like stone grinding on stone. "Foolish boy. The ancestors abandoned you long ago. That throne will rot before it bears your weight." He struck again. A coil swept across the cavern like a crashing wall. Acheing leapt to her feet, beads flying as she spun her spear. Her body was light as wind, darting across the canoe's edge. With a cry, she drove her weapon into the rushing coil. The spear tip sparked, lodging between two scales, slowing the blow just enough for the canoe to slip under. Still, the force sent waves over their heads, nearly overturning them. Baraka answered with his roar. He rose like a mountain in the rocking canoe, muscles straining, and swung his axe with both hands. It clanged against the serpent's thick hide, the blade sparking but biting deep enough to draw blood. Dark ichor gushed, sizzling where it touched the wood. The serpent shrieked and lashed back, throwing the warrior into the river with a splash. "Baraka!" Jasiri shouted. He lunged to the side, spear blazing, holding it high so its glow lit the swirling waters. The warrior's massive arms broke the surface, thrashing against the current. Before the river could close over him, Acheing dove, slicing into the water like a fish. Above them, Duma's drum thundered. His hands blurred, striking so fast the beats were more like lightning than sound. The rhythm pounded through the cavern, rising above the roar of water and stone. It was a war drum, a song of defiance, older than kings. The sound rippled through the serpent's coils, making them twitch and falter. The serpent hissed in pain, thrashing against the rhythm as though the sound itself were chains. "Silence that cursed drum," he roared. His tail lashed toward Duma, striking so fast that it split the river. But Quito was already moving. He leapt forward, shouting words that were not of men but of shadows. His hands traced strange symbols in the air, and the blow swerved away, striking the cavern wall instead. Stone exploded, shards raining down. The canoe lurched violently. Cracks spidered along its sides, and water rushed in. Jasiri barked orders, rallying them with a leader's steadiness. "Hold the line. Acheing, guard Baraka. Duma, keep the rhythm." Quito, he stopped. For a moment he stared at the trickster, who stood hunched at the prow, his eyes glowing faintly, his grin too wide. "Quito, hold nothing back." The trickster bowed with mockery in his movement, but he did not deny the strange gleam that flickered in his gaze. Beneath the waves, Acheing burst back into the air, gasping, dragging Baraka with her. The giant coughed river water and bellowed in defiance, seizing his axe even before he was hauled back aboard. The canoe sagged under his weight, water sloshing at their feet. The serpent surged again, jaws yawning wide, fangs gleaming like ivory towers. Venom streamed down in rivers, sizzling as it struck the water, turning it into steaming foam. Jasiri lifted his spear, its light burning like a second sun. He cried to the ancestors, his voice breaking the air. "If you have not abandoned me, if you still claim me as your son, stand with me now." The spear flared. Light leapt from its tip, exploding into a blaze that filled the cavern. The serpent reeled, hissing, blinded by the glare. Jasiri drove the weapon forward, striking the roof of the monster's mouth as the jaws closed over them. The impact shook the cavern. The serpent's scream split the air, so loud that the walls cracked. He thrashed, retreating, blood pouring into the water. But even as he fell back, the serpent laughed. His laughter rolled like thunder, chilling the marrow of their bones. "Strike me again, little prince. Spill my blood until the river runs black. But you cannot kill what is eternal." Keto whispered, too softly for the others to hear, "He speaks truth." Jasiri heard it. His eyes cut toward the trickster, suspicion burning hotter than before. But there was no time to question. The serpent's coils rose again, blocking the cavern's ceiling, his body stretching further than the eye could follow. The warriors braced themselves, their arms shaking, their eyes filled with both terror and resolve. This battle was not yet decided. And the cavern, groaning above them, seemed ready to bury all who remained within. The cavern itself became an enemy. Stone rumbled and cracked above their heads, massive slabs breaking loose and plunging into the boiling river. Each impact sent a wave crashing against the canoe, threatening to swamp it. Water sloshed higher and higher, and even Baraka's great arm strained against the oars as he fought to keep them upright. The serpent god loomed larger than ever, his wounded eye blazing like a furnace in the dark. Blood still leaked from the spear wound in his mouth, but his strength seemed undiminished. If anything, rage had made him more terrible. He twisted his endless body around the cavern pillars, coils thicker than tree trunks, squeezing until the stone screamed and split. With every tightening of his massive muscles, the cavern walls cracked and buckled. The ceiling dropped fist-sized stones at first, then boulders that crashed into the river with deadly force. "We cannot fight him and the cave together," Akein shouted, shielding her head as a shard grazed her shoulder, cutting flesh. "We must move, or we will be buried alive." But Jasiri's eyes stayed fixed on the serpent, his knuckles white on the spear. "If we flee without wounding him deeply, he will only follow. The river will become his jaws, and there will be nowhere safe downstream. Then strike true now." Duma bellowed. His drum had split, the skin torn by a falling stone, yet still he beat its frame with his fists, drawing out deep hollow booms that reverberated through the serpent's coils. The rhythm was broken but powerful, a call to keep fighting even as doom closed around them. The serpent laughed, his voice shaking the very river. "See how your pitiful craft breaks apart, how your arms grow weak. Soon you will beg me for mercy, and I shall make your bones my throne." At that, Baraka roared. He rose with water to his knees, lifting his axe high. "Thrones are for kings, not snakes." With all his might he hurled the weapon like a thunderbolt. The axe spun through the air and struck true, burying itself deep into the serpent's scales just below the blazing eye. The god reeled back, a scream shuddering from his throat. His coils loosened, a pillar cracking free and collapsing into the river. But the axe was small against such vastness, the wound oozed ichor, yet it was only one of 1,000 places to strike. The canoe lurched again, this time struck not by waves but by the serpent's tail, which slammed against the water like a falling tree. The wood groaned, splintering along its seams. Keto staggered, catching himself on the prow. His grin, shadowed and sharp, widened as if he saw something in the chaos no one else did. "Hold her steady, Prince," he hissed, his voice slipping under the roar of the battle. "I can open a wound he cannot heal. But you must trust me." Jasiri's jaw tightened. Every instinct warned against trust. Yet the serpent's laughter and the cracking ceiling pressed him harder than doubt could. He gave a curt nod. "Do it, but if you betray us, I will bury my spear in you before the river takes me." Keto bowed mockingly. "As you will." He spread his hands, and for a moment his outline blurred. Shadows rippled across his skin, darker than the cavern's natural dark. Strange symbols crawled along his arms like living tattoos. He whispered in a tongue that no mortal tongue had spoken for centuries, words that tasted like ash even to those who only heard them. The river churned. From the black waters rose not one, but many serpents, shadows shaped like the god himself, smaller but no less fearsome. They darted forward, wrapping around the true serpent's coils, sinking phantom fangs into his hide. The serpent god shrieked, thrashing against the illusion. His coils smashed stone into powder, his body twisted in rage, and for the first time his voice wavered with something more than contempt. "Who dares call the echoes of the deep against me?" Keto only laughed, though his body shook with the effort of holding the shadow serpents together. "Fight yourself, O endless one. Taste the bite of your own reflection." Jasiri seized the moment. He raised the spear high, its ancestral fire burning brighter as though answering the serpent's pain. With a cry, he leapt from the canoe onto a jagged stone that jutted above the water. Balancing against the crashing waves, he pointed the spear toward the wounded eye. The serpent turned just in time, hurling its head forward, jaws wide. The prince met it head-on. Their clash lit the cavern. The spear drove deep, the light bursting outward in a blaze that blinded friend and foe alike. The scream that followed was not just of rage but of pain, real pain. The god recoiled, thrashing in the water so violently that the river itself reversed for a heartbeat, waves surging back against their natural flow. The cavern groaned again, worse than before. Whole slabs tore free from the ceiling, plunging into the river with thunderous crashes. The canoe spun out of control, half-splintered, filled with water to the knees. Jasiri. Aching screamed, her arms straining on the oar. "The roof is falling, we must flee or die here." The prince, panting, blood dripping from a gash on his arm, tore the spear free and stumbled back into the canoe. His eyes, still blazing with the reflection of ancestral fire, never left the serpent. "This is not over," he growled. The serpent's massive form coiled back into the shadows of the cavern, his wounded eye leaking streams of molten gold into the water. His hiss was weaker now, but his words carried a terrible promise. "Run, little prince. Run down my river. I will await you where the world narrows and all waters meet. You cannot flee me forever." Then, with a final lash of his tail, he vanished into the depths, leaving only blood and froth behind. The cavern continued to collapse. With no choice, the group bent themselves to the oars, half-broken though they were, fighting to keep the canoe afloat. Behind them, the serpent's laughter lingered like smoke. Ahead, the river narrowed into a tunnel of darkness, pulling them into the unknown. And though the god was gone, Jasiri felt the sting of Keto's words more keenly than any wound. He had struck a god. He had drawn its blood. But at what cost, and what power had Keto truly unleashed? The river did not carry them forward, it tore them. Foam roared in their ears as the canoe hurtled down the tunnel, half-swamped, planks splintering beneath their feet. The water was no longer the calm pulse of silver falls but a furious torrent, dragging them through the serpent's veins. Shadows streaked across the walls, jagged and unnatural, as if the cavern itself had teeth. Acheing clutched the prow, her braids plastered to her face with spray. She shouted something, but the river stole her words away. Beside her, Baraka's massive hands fought to steady what remained of the oar, but each time the current snatched it, the wood cracked further. The canoe shuddered like a wounded animal. "Hold on!" Jasiri bellowed, planting himself at the center, one arm locked around the ancestral spear. His eyes still carried the glow from the god's blood, though it flickered now, dimming as exhaustion set in. "The river means to drown us." The river. Duma spat through clenched teeth, striking the battered rim of his broken drum in defiance. "This is no river. This is his laughter made water." The truth of it showed itself in the walls. For the tunnel was no stone passage, it was flesh. Scales glistened along the ceiling, pulsing faintly, and the walls seemed to ripple with each beat of some immense heart. They were inside the serpent's body, or some part of it that defied mortal knowing. The canoe dropped. The world fell away, plunging them into a vertical chute. Their screams blended with the rush of water as they free fell, only to crash down into a vast basin lit by a ghostly glow. Somehow the canoe survived, though cracked and leaking. They clung to its edges, coughing and spitting water, until the current steadied enough to carry them to a rocky bank. They crawled out onto the stone, gasping. The cavern around them was unlike any they had seen. The roof arched high above, riddled with veins of gold that glowed faintly, casting a sickly light over the landscape. The ground was not flat but scarred with trenches where molten water trickled and steamed. Strange trees with black bark and luminous leaves grew along the shore, their roots drinking from pools that shimmered like mercury. Aking pushed herself upright, eyes wide. "This is no place of the living." "No," Duma whispered, his voice hollow. "We have crossed into the serpent's true domain. This is his womb. His throne. His graveyard." Baraka spat into the molten stream, though his shoulders trembled. "Then we cut his heart out here." But Jasairi was silent. He stood staring into the distance, where the river wound deeper into the glowing land. Shapes moved along its edge, massive coils, shadows sliding just beneath the surface. The god had not fled. He had led them here. Behind Jasairi, a chuckle rose. It was Quito, dripping wet yet impossibly composed, leaning against a jagged stone as though the journey had been a gentle stroll. His eyes glittered like obsidian, and the tattoos of shadow still lingered faintly on his skin. "Well," he purred, "we are inside the belly of the beast, and still we breathe. I'd call that a victory." "Victory?" Aking snapped, whirling on him. "We followed your sorcery into the serpent's womb. You twist shadows like a snake twists its prey, and you laugh while doom closes around us. Tell me, why should we not end you here, before your whispers damn us all?" Quito's smile did not falter, though the cavern's light sharpened the edges of his face into something almost inhuman. "Because without me, you would have drowned in his laughter long ago. My shadows bit him deeper than your steel ever could. And when the god returns, and he will return, you will need me again. You know this, though you hate it." Baraka's axe was gone, but his fists clenched like hammers. "Speak one more word, Shadow Rat, and I will snap your bones." "Enough." Jasairi's voice cut across them, calm but heavy with command. His spear glowed faintly in the strange light, a reminder of the line he carried in his blood. "We are alive. That is enough for now. But Aking speaks true, we walk in the serpent's heartland. If we turn against each other here, he will not need to kill us. We will kill ourselves." Silence fell, broken only by the hiss of molten streams. The group's unity, already frayed, thinned like a thread about to snap. At last, Duma lifted his shattered drum. He struck its hollow frame once, the sound echoing faintly, almost swallowed by the cavern. "Then let us move before the god's coils close again. The way forward is the way deeper. And only by walking the path he said can we hope to find the place where his life may end." Jasairi nodded grimly. He led them onward, spear in hand, deeper into the glowing scar of the serpent's world. But though his steps were steady, a cold truth gnawed at him. Every moment they walked deeper, they walked not into freedom, but into the serpent's design. The glowing land stretched endlessly before them, a labyrinth of molten streams, jagged black stone, and forests of strange, luminous trees whose leaves swayed though there was no wind. Every step forward felt like a step into a dream stitched together from nightmare and prophecy. Their bare feet crunched over brittle ground that sometimes gave way beneath them, releasing hissing bursts of steam. The air itself shimmered, heavy with heat, and every breath burned like swallowing coals. Yet they pressed on, for there was no turning back, the river had carried them too deep, and the way behind was sealed in shadow. Duma paused often, his broken drum slung across his back. He muttered songs under his breath, but the words faltered, as though the land itself strangled music. Once, when he struck the drum softly, the echo came back twisted, like a hiss, a laugh, a whisper mocking him. "Even the spirits here mock us," he said grimly. "This place devours sound. The serpent is not only a beast, he is a god of silence." Aking walked close to Jasairi, her spear poised, eyes flicking at every shifting shadow. "Silence or no silence, there is movement around us. Look." She pointed to the edges of the glowing pools. There, among the roots of the black bark trees, bones lay scattered, human bones, polished smooth by heat and time. Some were cracked open, marrow long gone. Others were fused into the stone itself, their outlines preserved like carvings. They were not alone, countless others had walked this path before, only to become offerings to the god. Baraka knelt by one skeleton, lifting a half-burned helmet from its skull. He turned it in his hands, his broad shoulders tight. "Warriors," he murmured. "They came armed, like us. And still they fell." "Not just warriors," Akeeng whispered, crouching by another heap. She brushed ash away to reveal bangles, anklets, and beads still clinging to the bones. Women. Children. Whole families walked into this place. Jasiri's jaw tightened. Not walked. They were brought. Sacrifices. The word hung in the thick air, and silence wrapped around them again. It was Keto who broke it, his voice a low purr that seemed to weave with the hissing streams. "You see it now, don't you? The god's hunger is older than your father's fathers. He devoured whole kingdoms. Rivers of people poured into his throat, willingly or not, and still he lives." His obsidian eyes glittered as he leaned close to Jasiri. "And still you think your spear can undo what generations could not?" Jasiri turned on him, the spear glowing faintly in his hand. "My spear is not theirs. My blood is not theirs. The god took my throne, my people, my mother. I do not walk here as another meal. I walk here to end him." Keto smiled, sharp and cold. "We shall see." They moved on, but unease spread through the group like rotten wood. The land grew stranger the deeper they walked. The glowing gold veins in the cavern walls pulsed like veins filled with blood. Pools of silver liquid reflected not their faces but distorted versions of themselves. Jasiri saw himself crowned but shackled, Akeeng saw herself covered in scales, Baraka saw his hands dripping endlessly with blood. Each time they looked, the reflections clawed at their hearts. When they reached a great clearing where the molten streams converged, they froze. At the center stood a cairn of skulls stacked higher than a man, blackened but unbroken. Some still bore crowns, others masks, others strange bone piercings. Around its base were carved symbols, etched deep into the stone with knives that must have been wielded in desperation. Duma stepped forward, tracing the markings. "These are not ours," he murmured. "Not of our tongue, not of our songs. These were left by those who fell here long before us." A warning, or a plea. As if in answer, the ground trembled. The skulls rattled against each other, one rolling loose to land at Jasiri's feet. Its hollow socket stared up at him, and from its jaw spilled a hiss that was not wind but a voice. "Turn back." The word sent a chill through all of them. Akeeng tightened her grip on her spear. "It speaks." "Not it," Duma said, stepping back quickly. "The serpent speaks through it. These skulls are his choir." Before they could move, the cairn shuddered, collapsing. The skulls rolled outward, spilling across the clearing, and with each impact a voice hissed, muttered, whispered. Soon the entire cavern filled with a chorus of the dead, men, women, children, all warning, all begging, all cursing. Baraka roared and smashed one with his fist, but the fragments still hissed, still spoke. He backed away, trembling despite his size. Jasiri raised his spear. Its ancestral glow spread faintly, casting a circle of light around them that dimmed the whispers. "He tries to break us with the dead. But they are not ours to fear." His voice was steady, but his hand trembled slightly. Keto watched with a shadow of amusement. "Brave words. Yet every step you take, the serpent twists your path. This land is his trap, his memory, his hunger. The deeper you go, the more he unravels you." Still, they pressed on, though the weight of the whispers clung to them. As they neared the far end of the clearing, Duma stumbled. His hand brushed against a broken skull, and his eyes went wide. For a moment, he froze, his lips moving soundlessly as though he heard something no one else did. Then he staggered upright, clutching his drum. "What is it?" Akeeng asked, grabbing his arm. Duma's eyes were glassy, his voice hollow. The skulls, they sang to me. They told me the god cannot be killed. Only bound. Bound by blood and shadow. His gaze flicked to Jasiri. Then, disturbingly, it lingered on Quito. Baraka cursed under his breath. More riddles. More doom. Jasiri steadied himself, spear glowing faintly in his hand. Then we will walk deeper still. If he can be bound, then we will bind him. If he can be slain, then we will slay him. Either way, we do not stop here. But even as he spoke, the whispers crawled back into his ears, seeding doubt. The serpent had fed on countless souls, swallowed kings and warriors, and made cairns of their skulls. Could one prince truly succeed where they had failed? He pushed the thought aside, but the question lingered like a shadow in his chest as they stepped beyond the cairn of skulls, deeper into the glowing land where the serpent's true heart waited. The molten valley stretched before them like the very spine of the underworld. Rivers of glowing gold wound through jagged ridges, their banks lined with crystalline thorns that pulsed with a light of their own, as though veins of the serpent himself ran beneath the earth. Above, the cavern's ceiling disappeared into darkness, but flashes of movement rippled there, shadows sliding along the stone, too large and too swift to belong to bats. Each step forward sank their feet into heat-soaked ground that scorched the skin and filled the air with acrid smoke. The stench of sulfur was everywhere, stinging their throats, coating their tongues with bitterness. The path narrowed, forcing them to walk in a line along a ledge barely wider than two men's shoulders. To their left, molten streams hissed and spat like anger made liquid. To their right, the abyss yawned endlessly, a gulf that swallowed even sound. Duma clutched his drum tightly, muttering prayers through clenched teeth. The heat slicked his skin with sweat, but his eyes remained fixed on the unseen shapes above. They watch us, he rasped. The shadows. They are not beasts. They are his fragments, the slivers of his endless body. Baraka snorted, though his voice trembled despite his size. Fragments or not, they are only shadows. They cannot kill. As if in reply, one of the shadows detached from the ceiling and slithered down the cavern wall. It stretched long and thin, like a snake of pure black flame, and when it passed over Baraka, he froze. His eyes rolled white, and his great chest heaved as though something pressed upon him. Baraka. Aking leapt forward, striking the shadow with her spear. The blade passed through, but the spirit recoiled, screeching with a sound that was neither human nor animal. It retreated, sliding back into the cavern wall. Baraka staggered, gasping. His massive hands clawed at his chest. I saw my son, he panted. His voice broke, raw with pain. I saw him calling to me from the riverbank, drowning, while I stood watching. I did nothing. The others stared at him, horrified. It's an illusion, Jasiri said firmly, stepping close and gripping Baraka's arm. It is not real. The serpent feeds us visions to break our hearts. Hold fast. But doubt lingered in their eyes. They pressed on, but soon each began to falter. The serpent's illusions came one by one, slithering out of the molten smoke, wrapping around their minds. Aking gasped and stumbled as she saw herself standing in a crown of scales, her face hardened into something reptilian, her people kneeling before her not in love but in terror. She dropped her spear, clutching her head. Duma collapsed to his knees when he heard the voices of his ancestors in the hiss of the molten streams, voices not of encouragement but of scorn, telling him his songs had no power here, that his drum was broken and his line forgotten. Even Jasiri was not spared. He saw his mother, her face clear and sorrowful, standing at the edge of the abyss, her hands outstretched. My son, she whispered. You cannot save me. The serpent has swallowed me. Leave this place before he swallows you too. He faltered, spear dimming in his grip. His heart ached, torn between the burning need for vengeance and the voice of the only person he had ever loved beyond himself. It was Quito who moved unshaken through the illusions. The shadows seemed to pass over him as though recognizing their kin. His eyes glittered with amusement as he watched the others struggle. Do you see now? He said softly. The serpent does not need to strike you with his fangs. He unravels you from within. One doubt, one vision, one seed of betrayal, that is all it takes. Be silent, Jisiri snapped, though his voice wavered. You thrive in shadows because you are one. But we are not like you. Keto only smiled. We shall see. The path bent downward into a valley where molten streams converged into a lake of fire. At its center rose an island of black stone, jagged and sharp, as though torn from the bones of the world itself. The only way across was a bridge of stone barely wide enough for one. The moment Jisiri stepped onto the bridge, the lake stirred. Shapes moved within the molten glow, serpents of flame, twisting and coiling beneath the surface. Their bodies shimmered with heat, their scales golden red, their eyes twin stars of hatred. One rose, erupting from the molten lake, its body arcing over the bridge. Heat blasted them, searing skin and singeing hair. Its jaws opened wide, and from its throat came not fire but words. Turn back, children of flesh. You walk toward the heart of eternity. None who came before you passed. You will join the cairns of the forgotten. Jisiri lifted his spear, though his arms trembled. The ancestral light flickered, a fragile flame against the molten vastness. He shouted back, voice hoarse but unyielding. Then let eternity witness this. I am Jisiri, son of Zubri, heir of Zikora. I do not turn back. Not while blood burns in me. The serpent of fire hissed, shaking the bridge, molten waves lashing upward. The others clung desperately to the stone, their eyes wide with terror. Even Akeeing faltered, though she tried to steady herself. It was then that Duma, still kneeling, struck his drum. Though cracked and weak, the sound rolled like thunder, carrying not despair but defiance. The echoes mingled with Jisiri's cry, and for a moment the flaming serpents recoiled. The bridge steadied. The group stumbled forward, one step, then another, until at last they crossed the bridge and set foot upon the island of black stone. The moment they did, the illusions faded. The shadows slithered back into the walls, the whispers hushed, and the molten serpents sank beneath the lake. But silence fell heavier than before, pressing on their chests like a weight. Keto's voice cut the stillness. Now you stand on the threshold. The heart of the god lies beyond. And here, you must decide, whether you face him together, or whether you devour each other before he even stirs. His smile widened, cruel and knowing. For in their eyes, Jisiri saw it, the serpent seeds of doubt had taken root, and suspicion now glimmered like blades waiting to be drawn. The island of black stone felt alive beneath their feet, pulsing faintly as though it were part of the serpent's own body. The heat rising from the molten lake swirled with ash and steam, clouding the air in a suffocating haze. The Argonauts, though their own ancestors would never know that name, stood in a rough circle, chests heaving, sweat pouring from their skin like rain in a storm. Jisiri lifted his spear, trying to steady the glow of ancestral fire flickering at its tip. The flame burned weakly, like a lantern about to die. He could not tell if the weakness came from him or from the serpent's suffocating power pressing down upon all of them. His eyes swept across his companions, and what he saw chilled him more than the abyss at their backs. Akeeing's knuckles were white around her spear, but her gaze was not fixed on the cavern beyond. It flickered to him, sharp and searching, as though she weighed whether his decisions were leading them into salvation or doom. Duma's drum rested at his side, his lips moving in silent prayer, yet his eyes were wide with terror, darting from shadow to shadow as though he expected his ancestors to rise and strike him for his weakness. Baraka stood with his chest heaving, sweat streaming down his scarred torso, but his massive hands clenched and unclenched as though he wanted to seize Jisiri and shake sense, or blame, into him. And Keto. Keto's smile gleamed like polished obsidian, unbroken even here. He leaned casually on his staff, his eyes glowing faintly with that unsettling amber light. In his posture was no fear, no strain, only a quiet amusement that spoke of knowledge the others did not share. This place, he murmured, his voice carrying even in the heavy silence, is no island. It is a tongue. Do you not feel it? The god listens even now, tasting you. A ripple passed beneath their feet, subtle but unmistakable. The stone was alive. Baraka swore and took a step back, nearly stumbling toward the molten edge. We should not be here, he hissed. This is madness. No man was meant to walk this place. We should turn back while we still have our lives. Turn back to what? Akiing's voice cut sharp as steel. She turned on him, her braids swinging with the movement. To the curse that strangles our villages. To the serpent's demands for our children, our brides, our blood. There is no turning back, Baraka. We came here to end this, or we came here to die. Her eyes flickered to Jasiri as she spoke the last words, and though her tone was fierce, he felt the weight of doubt in her gaze. Duma lifted his drum and struck it once, the sound echoing hollowly. The air is thick with spirits. I hear them whispering. They say we are close, closer than any before us. But they also say, he swallowed hard, his throat working like a man choking down poison. They say the god has already chosen one of us. One to betray the others. One to open the path fully. All eyes turned at once, and suspicion spread like fire through dry grass. Jasiri's grip tightened on his spear. The serpent whispers lies. He has already shown us visions to tear us apart. Will you let him succeed now? But even as he spoke, he saw it, the narrowing of Akiing's eyes, the stiffening of Baraka's shoulders, the haunted uncertainty in Duma's face. Seeds of doubt had sprouted, and no words could easily burn them away. Then, from deep within the black stone beneath them, came a sound. It was not the hiss of molten rivers nor the crack of splitting rock, but something vast, primeval, a heartbeat. Slow. Measured. Each thud reverberated through their bones, rattling their teeth, making their skin prickle. The very ground rose and fell with it. And with each pulse of that ancient heart, the cavern walls seemed to shift. Shadows peeled back, revealing the passage that had been hidden until now, a colossal archway, its frame formed not of stone but of enormous ribs, bleached and fused together, descending into blackness. Beyond the arch, the air glowed faintly with a sickly green light, as though the serpent's very breath illuminated the way. Keto's smile widened. The mouth of the god. No, Duma whispered, clutching his drum to his chest. His lips trembled. Not the mouth. The heart. We go into the heart itself. Jasiri stepped forward, forcing strength into his voice though the serpent's heartbeat nearly unsteadied his legs. Then that is where we go. For too long our people have bled, bowed, and burned beneath this curse. Tonight, we end it. Even if it costs us our lives. He lifted his spear high, and though the ancestral flame sputtered, it flared once more, enough to cast their faces in wavering light. For a heartbeat, he saw them as they were when they first departed, a band of chosen warriors, bound not by love but by shared defiance. But the vision broke as quickly as it came. Baraka growled, his voice low and dangerous. And if you are the chosen betrayer, Jasiri, if your bloodline is not cursed but bound to the serpent, as some whisper, then leading us forward is nothing but leading us into his jaws. The words struck harder than any spear. Jasiri's jaw clenched, but before he could reply, Akiing stepped between them, her spear held firm. Enough. If suspicion rules us, then the serpent has already won. If betrayal comes, it will reveal itself soon enough. Until then, we walk. Together. Her words held weight, steady as stone. Baraka grumbled but lowered his hands. One by one, they turned toward the ribbed archway. The serpent's heartbeat thundered louder now, shaking the stone tongue beneath their feet, rattling their bones. The sickly green glow from the passage painted their faces in ghastly hues, making them look like spirits themselves. Jasiri inhaled once, deeply, the scent of smoke and sulfur searing his lungs. He stepped forward into the archway, the black ribs towering around him like the jaws of some unimaginable beast. The others followed, Baraka with reluctant growls, Akiing steady but grim, Duma whispering frantic prayers, and Keto gliding with eerie calm. As they passed beneath the arch, the molten lake behind them roared, waves of fire crashing against the black island as though the serpent had felt their decision and stirred in answer. The air thickened, pulsing with power, and the green light ahead beckoned like the glow of a deadly jewel. And so they descended, into the heart of the serpent god. The descent into the serpent's heart was unlike any passage they had traveled before. The ribbed archway swallowed them, and with each step the walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting as though they moved through a living body. The air was thick, damp, and hot, clinging to their skin with a clammy weight that made it hard to breathe. A sickly green light bled from veins running along the walls, pulsing in rhythm with the great heartbeat that thundered through the stone. Josiri led, his spear lifted, though the ancestral fire at its tip burned low, a wavering ember instead of a blaze. Behind him came Achaeing, her steps measured, her gaze scanning every shadow. Baraka followed heavily, muttering under his breath, his broad shoulders hunched as though the very air pressed down on him. Duma clutched his drum tight, whispering prayers in a language so old it seemed to scrape at the edges of the air itself. And Keto, always Keto, walked with unsettling calm, his staff tapping lightly against the ground, the glow in his eyes faint but steady. The deeper they went, the louder the heartbeat grew, until it filled their skulls like a drumbeat that could not be ignored. Their own hearts seemed to sync with it, thudding in unison with the god's pulse, robbing them of the rhythm that made them human. A low hiss echoed through the passage, so vast and drawn out that the walls quivered with it. Josiri froze, every muscle in his body tightening. The sound did not belong to any earthly serpent. It was too deep, too wide, too endless. It was the sound of eternity exhaling. Then, it spoke. Not with words, but with thought. A voice thundered inside their minds, a chorus of echoes layered upon echoes, as though thousands of serpents whispered through the bones of the earth. You have come far, children of dust. You bleed, you pray, you curse, and you dream. All for me. The ground trembled, and from the walls uncoiled shapes, vast, shadowed forms that looked like serpents but dissolved into mist when touched by the weak green light. They slithered along the passage, circling the warriors like endless coils of smoke. Baraka snarled, lifting his axe. Show yourself, monster. Stop hiding in shadows. The voice boomed in laughter, a sound so heavy it drove them to their knees. So eager, little mortal. So bold. You demand the god reveal himself, as though you are worthy to see what devours stars. A shape rose from the depths of the passage ahead, at first only an outline in the haze. Then the haze parted, and they saw. The serpent god did not have one body, but many, coiling endlessly upon itself, stretching beyond sight into the greenlit abyss. Scales the color of midnight shimmered with strange patterns of light, as though whole constellations lived within them. Each scale was larger than a man, reflecting fire and shadow alike. Its eyes, two vast orbs of molten gold, glared from the darkness, each blink like a thunderclap. Its tongue flicked out, black and endless, splitting the air with a hiss that raised the hairs on their necks. Duma cried out and beat his drum in desperation. The sound rang weak against the god's presence, like a child striking a hollow gourd. The serpent's gaze turned upon him, and his skin prickled as though the stare itself were peeling him open. Ah, the drummer, the voice said, filling their skulls. The one who listens to whispers. Beat your drum, child. Let your ancestors answer. Let them tell you which among you is the knife in my hand. Duma shook his head wildly, tears streaming down his cheeks. No. No more lies. He struck his drum once, twice, thrice, but instead of prayers it echoed back with mocking laughter. Baraka roared and charged, swinging his axe at one of the serpent's shadow coils. The blade struck with all his strength, yet the coil dissolved into mist, reforming instantly around him. He swung again and again, howling curses, but his strength was nothing here. The god's tongue lashed out, a blur of darkness, and Baraka was hurled across the chamber like a child's toy. He crashed against the wall and fell, groaning, blood seeping from his mouth. Achaeing darted forward, dragging him up before the serpent struck again. Her eyes were blazing, but her voice trembled when she spat upward. Why do you torment us? Why plague our people if you are so mighty? What do you gain from crushing the weak? The serpent's vast eyes turned upon her, and for a moment even Josiri's breath caught. She looked impossibly small before that gaze, like a spark before a storm. I gain what all gods gain, the voice rumbled. Worship. Fear. Blood to fill my veins, names to echo in my coils. Without sacrifice, gods are nothing. Without fear, I am dust. and so I feed." Josire's hand shook on his spear, but he forced himself to step forward. His voice, though hoarse, carried in the chamber. "Then tonight you will starve. Tonight, your feast ends. No more blood, no more sacrifices. Our people will be free." The god's laughter shook the cavern so hard stalactites crashed into the molten rivers below. "You dare? A spark dares to speak against the fire that burns suns." The serpent's coils surged forward, slamming down around them, walls of living muscle and scale, trapping them in a circle. The heat, the pressure, the weight of its presence made their chests ache as though they were being crushed from within. Keto finally raised his staff, his amber eyes glowing brighter than before. For the first time, his smile faltered, replaced by a strange serenity. He lifted his voice, calm and unshaken. "Then test them, Great One. If you would devour us, first let them prove whether their bonds are stronger than your hunger. For even a god knows that betrayal feeds deeper than blood." The serpent hissed, long and slow, and leaned down until its golden eye filled the air like a second sun. "Yes," it whispered, its voice a caress of venom. "Let us see who will betray whom." The coils began to tighten. And in the green light, Josire saw the first cracks of madness glimmer in his companion's eyes. The serpent's coils drew closer, the chamber groaning with the weight of its body. The air thickened, pressing into their lungs until every breath burned. Sweat poured from their skin, stinging their eyes, and yet none dared look away from that golden gaze, vast and eternal. The serpent god was not merely a beast, it was a force, the embodiment of hunger wrapped in scales. "Let us see," the voice slithered through their minds, cold and intimate. "Let us peel away your skin of loyalty and see the bones beneath. Who among you will betray the other when the coil tightens? Who among you is already mine?" The green veins in the walls flared, spilling a poisonous glow across the chamber. The world blurred, bending, and rippling like water. One by one, they fell into visions, illusions woven from the god's power, each trap sharpened to the core of their fears and desires. Josire found himself standing on the shores of his village. The huts were whole again, the laughter of children ringing in the air. His father's voice, strong and proud, called him by name. And there, at the water's edge, was his sister, alive, smiling, untouched by the curse. "Brother," she said, her arms open, her eyes shining with trust. "It is over. You have done enough. Lay down the spear and come home. You need not fight anymore." His chest clenched. He had carried her death like a brand upon his soul, each step of this journey a prayer to avenge her. Now she stood before him, warm and whole, her small hand reaching for his. But even as his heart surged, Josire saw it, the faint shimmer of golden light in her pupils. A flicker of scales in her skin. His grief twisted into rage. "You are not her," he spat, his voice raw. He lifted his spear, and the vision dissolved with a hiss of fury. Achaeing stood in another world altogether. She was seated upon a throne of ivory, her brow crowned with gold, her people kneeling before her. No longer a wandering warrior, she was the queen she had always longed to be. Her voice echoed across the hall, commanding loyalty and devotion. Beside her, Baraka stood as her general, and Duma as her herald. Even Keto bowed, murmuring his allegiance. "Stay," the serpent's voice whispered in her ear, a silken thread of temptation. "Rule them. Why bleed for the dead when the living already kneel?" Her chest swelled with pride, her hands gripping the carved arms of the throne. It was all she had ever fought for, all she had ever wanted. Yet when she looked down, she saw the kneeling faces dissolve, skin peeling away to reveal empty-eyed corpses, their mouths chanting her name in hollow unison. The ivory throne bled beneath her touch, warm and wet. With a cry, Achaeing hurled the crown from her brow. The vision shattered like glass, leaving her gasping in the serpent's green-lit lair. Baraka's vision was simpler, crueler. He was home, at the hearth fire. His wife smiled at him, her belly swollen with the child he had longed for. His son, already strong and proud, ran into his arms. The ache of years of failure and loss fell away, replaced with the warmth of family. "Stay," the voice crooned. You have no need of battles. The fight was never yours. Lay down your axe and live. Baraka's rough hands trembled as he held the boy. The boy's laughter rang, pure and sweet. And yet, when he looked into his wife's eyes, he saw them glimmer gold. When he touched his son's hair, it was slick with scales. The warmth turned to slime. Roaring in fury, Baraka hurled the child from his arms. The illusion dissolved in fire and smoke, leaving him alone, axe in hand, chest heaving. Duma's world was silence. No drum, no chant, no ancestors. He wandered through endless desert, the sky black, the earth cracked and dry. He beat his drum but no sound came. He cried out to his ancestors but no voices answered. He was utterly alone. The serpent's laughter echoed through the silence. This is your truth, drummer. You have no voice. You are nothing. Your drum is hollow, your ancestors deaf. You cling to ghosts that do not hear you. Duma fell to his knees, his tears pattering soundless upon the dust. His hands shook as he beat the drum again and again, desperate for even the faintest echo. At last, a single note rang, a soft, defiant thrum that pierced the void. It was enough. His ancestors' voices rose faintly, distant but real. We are here. Duma lifted his head, defying the emptiness, and the illusion broke. And Quito. Quito walked alone in a chamber of mirrors. Each reflection showed him different, a boy clutching charms, a young man whispering to spirits, an elder robed in power. But in every mirror, the same shadow coiled behind him, a serpent's shape, always waiting. You, the god whispered, its voice close, intimate. You are already mine. Why do you resist? You feel me in your veins. You know the truth of your birth, the blood you carry. Betray them, and I will crown you as my heir. Quito's lips curved in a slow smile. He did not flinch, did not weep. He merely tapped his staff against the ground, and the mirrors shattered, raining down shards of broken light. But his eyes glowed brighter than before, and when he stepped back into the lair, the serpent's gaze lingered on him longer than the others. The visions ended. The chamber returned, green light, endless coils, the god's golden eyes watching. The companions staggered, sweat-soaked and trembling, their faces pale from what they had endured. The serpent's laughter rolled over them, vast and mocking. You resist well, children of dust. Yet cracks remain. I tasted your hunger, your grief, your pride. I know which of you will break when the coil tightens. Its body shifted, scales grinding like boulders, and the walls seemed to close in further. Jasiri raised his spear, though his arms trembled. We will not break. Do your worst, monster. The god's tongue flickered, and its hiss filled their ears like thunder. Then let us begin. The coils surged, and the true battle began. The chamber convulsed as the serpent god's coils tightened, stone grinding against stone, dust raining from the ceiling like ash from a burning sky. The green glow flared brighter, pulsing in rhythm with the god's breathing, until it seemed that the whole cavern was alive, its walls throbbing with the same hunger that beat within the serpent's heart. The companions braced themselves. Jasiri stood forward, his spear gleaming with ancestral light, though his body still trembled from the vision of his sister. Aching planted her feet wide, the leather cords of her armor creaking, jaw clenched as though to trap the crown of temptation from slipping back onto her head. Baraka's axe burned in his grip, his chest rising and falling with heavy, animal breaths, while Duma's drumbeat rolled slow and steady, his rhythm dragging the echoes of the ancestors into the chamber like distant thunder. Quito stood apart. His staff glowed faintly in his hand, his eyes pools of deep fire, unreadable and still. The serpent's gaze lingered on him, its tongue flicking in silent recognition. Break them, my child, the god hissed, though none knew if it spoke aloud or only to Quito's mind. Unravel them from within. The coil is not of the body, it is of trust. Pull a single thread, and the weave will fall. The coils surged forward, and the fight began. Jasiri darted first, spear flashing like lightning. He leapt upon the serpent's ridged back and drove the blade deep into its scales. The chamber shook with the god's hiss, so sharp it cut their ears like knives. Green ichor spilled from the wound, sizzling as it hit the stone. The serpent lashed its body, throwing Jisiri violently against the wall. His spear was wrenched from his hands, buried too deep to withdraw quickly. He staggered to his feet, coughing blood, vision swimming. Jisiri! Achaean roared, rushing forward. She swung her sword in a wide arc, sparks flying as the blade clashed against unyielding scales. Beside her, Baraka hurled his axe, the weapon spinning end over end before sinking deep into one of the serpent's coils. But the god only laughed, the sound vibrating in their bones. Strike, gnats. Each cut you make is a drop in the river. You will drown before I bleed. The serpent surged again, its massive head rearing back. The golden eyes blazed, and a wave of pressure slammed across the chamber, sending Baraka crashing to the floor, his breath torn from his chest. Duma's drumbeat grew frantic, his hands blurring in motion. The rhythm rose like storm winds, pulling the voices of the ancestors into a great cry that filled the cavern. For a moment, the serpent faltered, its movement slowing, its tongue tasting the air with hesitation. "Do you hear them?" Duma shouted, his face wild with sweat and tears. "The spirits of the river, of the hills, of our blood, they are not yours to command." The serpent's golden eyes flicked toward him. Then, with a speed that defied its bulk, the massive tail whipped out, striking the drummer full in the chest. He was hurled across the cavern, his drum splintering against the stone. The rhythm died, the ancestral voices swallowed into silence. "No." Achaean screamed, her face stricken as she darted toward him. She dropped to her knees beside the broken drum, her hands on Duma's chest. His breath was shallow, blood seeping from his mouth. Yet his eyes still glimmered faintly, his lips moving in soundless prayer. And all the while, Keto stood still. He watched Jisiri bleed, Achaean weep, Baraka gasp, Duma fade. He heard the serpent's whisper twine around his heart. "They are weak. They are already broken. You and I are alike, you and I are bound. Take the staff, strike the spear-bearer from behind, and all will end. The kingdom of Zikora will rise anew, under your hand and mine." His grip tightened on the staff. His pulse hammered. The serpent's promise coiled inside him like heat in his blood. Then Jisiri's voice broke through the chaos, hoarse but steady. "Keto," he shouted, his eyes locking on him. "You are not its heir, you are ours. You carry the staff of balance, not of chains. If you fall, we all fall. Choose, brother." The serpent hissed in rage, its coils tightening again, the chamber walls beginning to split under the force. Rocks tumbled down, the river beyond roaring louder, threatening to burst into the chamber. Keto's eyes blazed, torn between two destinies. The serpent's golden gaze burned into him, but Jisiri's words struck deeper. His staff began to glow brighter, the carved runes pulsing with a power older than the god itself. The air crackled, light and shadow colliding. Keto raised his staff. For a heartbeat, no one knew who he would strike. Then he drove it into the ground. A shockwave ripped through the chamber, exploding outward in waves of light. The serpent recoiled, hissing in fury as its coils unraveled, green ichor steaming from the wounds. The very walls of the lair shook, the river bursting through cracks, flooding the floor with cold, rushing water. The companions staggered to their feet, rallying together, though their bodies were battered and their spirits strained. The serpent's laughter still echoed, though now tinged with pain. "So," it hissed, its voice trembling with both rage and delight, "the child chooses defiance. Very well. Let us see how long defiance lasts, when the river itself turns against you." With a shudder, the cavern split, the underground river roaring into the chamber, sweeping them all into a torrent of chaos. Their battle with the god was far from over. The world became water. The chamber shattered under the serpent's wrath, and the underground river burst forth with the fury of a storm loosed from centuries of restraint. The companions were hurled into the torrent, their cries lost in the thunder of crashing waves. Stone and bone alike were swept along, and the air itself seemed to vanish, replaced by the crushing embrace of the flood. Jisiri fought to keep his head above the current, his strong arms cutting desperately through the dark waters. The river roared against him, its foam stinging his eyes, but his spirit refused to yield. He thought not of his wounds or the spear left lodged in the serpent's scales, only of survival, and of his vow to return to Zubri with honor. Near him, Achaean clung to a floating beam of shattered wood, her knuckles white with effort. The crown she had resisted still whispered faintly in the recesses of her mind, tempting her with visions of power, but the river's fury drowned its words. She fixed her gaze on Jisiri, drawing strength from the steadiness in his face, even amid the chaos. Baraka was less fortunate. The river seized him like a rag doll, slamming his body against jagged rocks. Blood mingled with the water, and for a moment he sank beneath the surface. Yet his hand still clutched his axe, even as consciousness flickered. The weapon, bound to him through ancestral oaths, seemed to pulse with a faint light, guiding him upward when his strength nearly gave out. And then there was Quito. The staff in his hand glowed fiercely, carving a pale halo around him as the current dragged him through submerged tunnels. He gasped for air, his heart pounding not just from fear, but from the echo of the serpent's voice that still coiled around his mind. The river is mine. You cannot flee me. You may have defied once, but you cannot resist forever. Quito shut his eyes against the whisper and focused on the staff's warmth. It was the only tether keeping him from surrender, the only anchor against the pull of betrayal that nipped at his heart. Duma drifted nearby, his body battered, his drum gone. He clutched at a broken shard of wood, his lips moving in faint, stubborn rhythm. Though no sound escaped him, the beat lived on in his chest, a ghostly pulse that even the flood could not drown. The torrent dragged them through endless blackness, smashing them against walls, spinning them like leaves. Hours seemed to pass, though it was only minutes. Just as their strength threatened to fail entirely, the current hurled them into a vast underground cavern where the river widened into a dark lake. One by one, they surfaced, gasping for breath, coughing up bitter water. The cavern roof loomed high above, riddled with stalactites like the fangs of some slumbering beast. Phosphorescent moss clung to the rocks, casting the chamber in an eerie blue-green glow. The lake's surface was deceptively calm now, though the roar of the serpent's laughter still echoed faintly in the distance, vibrating through the stone. Jisiri dragged himself onto a slick rock shelf, water streaming from his robes. He staggered to his feet, scanning the chamber. Achaean. Baraka. Quito. Duma, he cried, his voice raw. Achaean answered first, hauling herself onto the same shelf, her chest heaving. Her sword was gone, torn away by the flood, but her eyes burned with grim determination. Baraka surfaced next, blood trickling from his brow, his axe still clutched to his chest like a talisman. He crawled onto the stone with a grunt, shaking water from his beard. Quito emerged more slowly, as though the river had been reluctant to release him. He gripped the glowing staff tightly, his expression unreadable. When his feet touched the shelf, he looked around not at the others, but at the glowing moss, as if seeing something no one else could. At last, Duma was dragged ashore by Achaean and Jisiri together. He lay pale, his breath shallow, but his eyes fluttered open. The rhythm, he whispered hoarsely, is not gone. The spirits still march with us. His lips curved into a faint smile before exhaustion claimed him. The group collapsed in silence for a long while, their bodies trembling from cold and shock. The only sound was the lapping of water and the occasional drip of the cavern roof. Jisiri finally broke the stillness. The serpent has not killed us yet. That means it has not finished its game. This place, this chamber, it feels like another trial. Baraka spat blood onto the stone, his voice like gravel. Trial or trap, I care not. I will split that god's skull even if I must strike until my arms are stumps. Achaean touched Duma's shoulder gently, then looked at Quito. And you, brother. You held the staff against the serpent's will. That power saved us. But your silence, it troubles me. Quito raised his head slowly, his eyes reflecting the eerie glow of the moss. His voice was quiet, but it carried a weight that pressed against them all. The serpent speaks still, he admitted. Its words curl around my thoughts like vines. It offers power, not only for me, but for our people. And part of me wonders, if Zubri can survive without such power. If defiance is only another kind of doom. A sharp silence fell. Josiri stepped forward, his jaw tight, his hand clenched at his side. Do not let those whispers root in you, Keto. The serpent's power is poison. It will promise salvation, but it will feast on your soul. Keto's gaze did not waver. And yet you wield a spear forged of its same scales, Josiri. Poison can be weapon, if mastered. Baraka growled low in his throat, but Aking raised a hand to still him. The group's bonds, already stretched thin, felt close to snapping. The cavern seemed to lean closer, the shadows deepening, as though the serpent itself listened and smiled. Far ahead, where the lake narrowed into a tunnel, a faint ripple stirred the water. Something vast and unseen glided beneath the surface, circling, waiting. Their battle had only shifted into another form. The water quivered with anticipation. They huddled together on the slick stone shelf, the cavern air damp and heavy, as if every breath was borrowed from the serpent's lungs. The glowing moss painted their faces in pale blue light, highlighting the exhaustion carved into their eyes. Yet it also revealed something deeper, fractures, hairline cracks in their unity that widened with every heartbeat. Josiri stood at the edge of the rock, his spear held low but ready. His gaze followed the ripples that broke the black surface of the lake, his instincts thrumming like taut bowstrings. Something swims beneath, he murmured, voice taut as a war drum. Baraka tightened his grip on the axe that had never left his hand. His knuckles were pale, his chest heaving from bruised ribs, but his will was unshaken. Then let it come. I have blood enough left to stain these waters. Aking's sharp eyes swept between the water and Keto. The serpent has not abandoned us to chance. This feels staged. Another test. But whose test? The gods, or yours, Keto? Keto lifted his head slowly. He sat apart from them, staff across his knees, its glow dimmed to a steady throb. His face was pale and damp, his hair plastered to his forehead. Yet his eyes, those dark, searching eyes, glittered with something unreadable. You doubt me still, he said softly. I do, Aking replied bluntly, her hand resting near the hilt of her missing sword as if it were still there. The whispers you confess to, they sound too much like surrender wrapped in honey. Keto's jaw tightened, though his voice remained calm. What you call surrender, I call vision. The serpent offers strength. We bleed, we starve, we march into the jaws of death while our people wait. And for what? Pride. Honor. Perhaps a kingdom cannot be saved without bowing, at least once, to power greater than our own. Baraka spat into the water. You speak like one already claimed. Bow if you wish, but I will die on my feet before I kneel to a beast. A low rumble echoed through the cavern, like laughter carried on the bones of the earth. The water stirred again, this time violently, as if the serpent itself enjoyed their quarrel. Duma stirred weakly, lifting his head from Aking's lap. His voice was faint, cracked, but still carried the echo of rhythm. Stop. Stop letting its voice divide you. That is its game. The drum, even shattered, I can hear it. The beat says one thing, unity. Lose that, and you are already drowned. The companions fell into uneasy silence. Then, without warning, the lake erupted. Something vast and pale burst from the depths, water crashing down like rain. At first it seemed a serpent, its body long and coiling, but as it rose higher they saw it was not flesh, but bone. A skeleton, impossibly huge, stitched together by tendons of riverweed and glowing moss. Its empty sockets burned with faint green fire, and the sound of its jaw clacking shut echoed like thunder. The guardian, Josiri breathed, lowering his spear into ready stance. The skeletal serpent lunged, its body whipping through the water with impossible speed. The companions scattered, the force of its strike sending waves crashing against the rock shelf. Baraka roared, leaping forward to swing his axe at the snapping skull. The blade bit deep, splintering ancient bone, but the serpent only hissed, its maw gaping wide. Josiri struck next, his spear darting into one of the glowing tendons that bound the ribs together. The blow cut clean, and part of the monster's body sagged, but almost instantly the river weeds reknit themselves, closing the wound. It heals. Aking shouted, snatching a jagged shard of stone from the floor. She hurled it with perfect aim, striking the green fire in one socket. The flame flickered, but did not die. "Not flesh, not bone," Quito said suddenly, his voice cutting through the chaos. He rose to his feet, staff blazing now with fierce white light. His eyes were wide, his voice half mad, half exalted. "It is bound spirit, chained by the god to guard this passage. Strike the bindings, not the body." Jasiri's eyes narrowed. For a moment he hesitated. Could they trust Quito's word, when his mind wavered so close to the serpent's lure? But the glow of the staff seemed pure, untainted. And so, with a grim nod, Jasiri lunged again, this time driving his spear not into bone but into the glowing moss-laced tendons. The guardian shrieked, a sound that rattled the stone walls. The fire in its sockets flared wildly, and for the first time, the creature faltered. Baraka roared in triumph, hacking at another tendon until his axe cleaved through. Duma, though weak, began to beat his chest in rhythm, a broken drum restored in flesh and bone. His heartbeat seemed to guide their strikes, each blow falling in time with his pulse. Aking joined in, her thrown shards aimed at the glowing threads, cutting them one by one. The serpent writhed, its massive body thrashing, sending waves surging across the cavern. But as they fought, the water itself seemed to turn against them, rising higher, dragging at their legs. The serpent's laughter, no longer bone but God, rolled across the chamber. "Break the chains if you dare," the voice hissed. "But every bond you sever frees not only the guardian, it frees me." For a moment, the companions froze. Were they destroying the serpent's jailer, or unlocking its true strength? Quito raised his staff high, his face illuminated by its fierce glow. "Do not listen. This creature is no jailer, it is a servant. Destroy it, and the path ahead opens." His voice shook, but his conviction was fire. Aking glanced at Jasiri. Suspicion flickered across her face. "And if he lies? If he is the serpent's mouth already?" The skeletal guardian lunged again, jaws snapping shut inches from Jasiri's chest. The decision had to be made now, not later. Jasiri roared, thrusting his spear deep into the largest glowing tendon that bound the serpent's skull to its spine. With a sickening snap, the connection broke. The guardian shrieked, its entire form convulsing before shattering into a rain of bone and moss. The water stilled. The cavern was silent, save for their heaving breaths. Then, slowly, the tunnel ahead brightened, as if a door of light had opened in the stone. The way forward had revealed itself. But none moved. Their eyes turned instead to Quito, who still stood with staff blazing, his face unreadable. "You see," he whispered, voice low and trembling. "Without me, you would all be bones on this floor." The silence that followed was heavier than the fight had been. The serpent's true weapon was not the guardian, nor the flood. It was the seed of doubt now lodged in each of their hearts. The tunnel stretched before them like a wound in the earth, glowing with a pale, silver light that seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. The water had receded, leaving only shallow pools reflecting the eerie radiance. Each step was cautious, the companions moved as one, yet the air between them hummed with tension, threads of suspicion woven through every glance. Jasiri led the way, spear in hand, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The memory of the skeletal guardian and the flood lingered in his mind, and the whisper of the serpent still echoed faintly, like wind in a hollow tree. Aking followed closely, her armor wet and dripping. Her eyes kept flicking toward Quito, who walked slightly apart from the others, staff glowing softly. His expression remained calm, unreadable, yet Jasiri could sense the currents of power in him, currents that the serpent had whispered into and perhaps bent to its will. Baraka and Duma trailed behind, both silent, both wary. Even the rhythm of Duma's heartbeat seemed muted, as if the serpent's influence had tainted his connection to the ancestors. The tunnel widened into a cavern, its walls encrusted with luminous crystals that pulsed like living hearts. The light was seductive, warm, almost inviting, and the air smelled faintly of jasmine and smoke, a scent that stirred memories long buried. "Too perfect," Baraka muttered, voice low and gruff. "The serpent wants us to drop our guard. Nature is never so kind in its layers." Aking nodded. "And Quito," he spoke of this as if he knew the way. I trust him enough to follow, but not enough to ignore what the serpent might have planted in his mind. Kito's eyes caught hers, calm and unwavering. Do not let fear rule you. The path is dangerous, yes, but only together can we survive. Question me if you must, but remember, doubt can kill faster than any coil. Jasiri's jaw tightened. He wanted to believe him, but a flicker of unease gnawed at him. The serpent's influence was subtle, threading into their thoughts like fine silk, whispering betrayal. Every glance between companions now carried suspicion. As they advanced, the tunnel widened further into a hidden chamber, a mirrored oasis. Crystal clear water reflected the silver light, and strange, delicate flowers with petals like glass seemed to grow from the stones. The air vibrated with a low hum, almost musical, carrying a promise of rest and safety. It's beautiful, Duma whispered, bending to touch the water. Too beautiful. Exactly, Baraka said, stepping back. It's a trap. Nothing that glows like this is free of danger. Jasiri knelt, skimming the water with his fingers. Ripples spread outward, and for a moment he thought he saw reflections of his friends, distorted, twisted versions, eyes glowing faintly gold like the serpent's. A flash of movement startled him. From the mirrored waters rose a figure, a woman with flowing robes shimmering like liquid silver. Her hair fanned around her head like floating reeds, and her eyes glimmered with an unnatural light. Welcome, travelers, she said, voice smooth and melodic. You have endured much to come this far. Rest now, and let the waters heal you. Aking stepped forward, hand on her hilt, eyes narrowed. Who are you? Are you servant of the serpent? The woman's lips curved in a smile. I am but a messenger. I offer solace. Your wounds, your doubts, they may end here. Baraka growled. A messenger, or another trick? Speak clearly, or prepare to be cut down. The woman tilted her head, serene and unmoved. I am no enemy, yet. But know this, the path beyond these waters is perilous. Only those whose hearts remain unshaken may continue. And yet, one among you carries a seed of betrayal, though none have yet recognized it. Her words hung in the air, sharp as a spear. Jasiri's eyes darted to Kito, then to Aking, then to Baraka. Even Duma's faint smile faltered. Speak plainly. Jasiri demanded, voice echoing. Which of us is the traitor? The woman shook her head, silver robes flowing like water. That knowledge is yours to discover. The serpent does not reveal its prey. You must see it for yourselves. The water's surface began to ripple unnaturally, and the reflections twisted. Each companion saw themselves and their friends as serpents, as shadows, as creatures of gold-eyed malevolence. Suspicion ignited, flaring in their hearts. Aking's voice trembled, barely audible. Could it be, one of us already has been swayed? Kito's eyes hardened. The serpent whispers to all who fear. Do not let its lies divide you. Trust is your only shield now. Baraka slammed his fist against the stone. Trust. You speak of trust, yet we are soaked, battered, and bleeding, and we do not even know if one of us would turn their knife in the night. Jasiri's spear tip trembled in his hand. Enough, he shouted. We survived the flood, the guardian, and the serpent's illusions. If we fracture here, then all our struggle has been wasted. Kito, stand beside me, or step aside. We act as one. The room fell into tense silence, each companion weighing their words and loyalties. Even the woman in silver remained motionless, watching, waiting. The water reflected their uncertainty like a mirror of their hearts. Finally, Kito stepped forward, staff held steady. I am with you, Jasiri. But understand this, the serpent's shadow lingers. It tests every moment, every glance. We must be vigilant, not only of what lies ahead, but of what grows within us. Aking exhaled slowly, lowering her hand. Then let us continue. Together. But I will not ignore the warning. None of us should. The water shimmered once more, then stilled. The mirrored woman's figure dissolved into mist, leaving only the reflection of the companions, for humans, a single staff, and hearts trembling with both courage and doubt. Jisiri took a steadying breath. Forward. The serpent's lair lies ahead, and the golden lion's hide waits. Let no fear, no doubt, no shadow of betrayal stop us. With that, they stepped into the tunnel beyond the mirrored oasis, the faint glow guiding them forward, though each heart carried a seed of suspicion planted by the serpent itself. The true trial had only just begun. The tunnel twisted deeper into the earth, walls slick with ancient moisture, glowing faintly with veins of phosphorescent minerals. Each step was measured, cautious. The companions moved in single file, their footsteps echoing off stone like distant drums. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of moss, clay, and something faintly metallic, a warning, though they did not yet know of what. Jisiri led the way, spear gripped tightly. His muscles burned from the flood, his body bruised and battered, but his determination flared brighter than any pain. Every shadow threatened movement, every faint reflection on the walls seemed to flicker with life. Aking walked beside him, eyes darting constantly. Her instincts screamed of traps hidden in plain sight. These tunnels are no ordinary passage, she muttered. The serpent's power lingers here. Every stone, every reflection, could be a test, or a trap. Baraka carried his axe ready, growling under his breath as the eerie light shifted unnaturally. Then let the serpent try. I am ready for anything it throws at us. Duma's steps were slower, weary, but he kept rhythm with the unseen pulse of the ancestors. Even in exhaustion, his presence reminded them that the spirits still followed, still watched. Quito, however, seemed absorbed in the glow of the tunnel itself. His staff pulsed faintly, illuminating runes along the walls. These tunnels are alive, he murmured. They respond to fear, doubt, and anger. Every shadow, every echo can be turned against you if you falter. Jisiri glanced at him sharply. Then we must keep our hearts clear. No fear. No betrayal. No hesitation. As they advanced, the walls seemed to shift, narrowing and widening like the breath of some sleeping giant. The floor became uneven, slick with unseen slime, and the air grew colder. At one point, they rounded a bend and came upon a pool of water that shimmered unnaturally. The reflection on its surface was not of themselves, but of their deepest fears. Aking froze, staring at the image of herself with a dagger raised to Jisiri's chest. Her hands trembled. This is impossible, she whispered. I would never. Fear feeds the serpent, Quito said sharply. It is testing your loyalty, your resolve. Do not give it power. Baraka swung his axe at the water. It shattered into ripples, yet the reflections reformed instantly, mocking him. He growled and stomped a foot, but the images only laughed silently in the pool's surface. Jisiri stepped forward, placing a hand on the edge of the water. It shows what we fear, not what is. Remember this. We are stronger than our shadows. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a wide chamber. Ethereal lights danced above, revealing statues carved from stone, depicting warriors, hunters, and river spirits, all in poses of struggle or triumph. At first, the companions thought these figures were merely decorative, but then the eyes of the statues flickered with green light, and whispers filled the chamber, twisting through the air like threads of silk. Voices of the ancestors. Duma murmured. Or the serpent? Both, perhaps, Quito replied. The serpent can mimic spirits. It can shape illusion and fear to its will. We must trust only what we know, only what we see with our hearts, not our eyes. From the shadows between the statues, figures emerged. At first they seemed human, then closer inspection revealed their faces twisted, limbs elongated, eyes glowing faint green. They were spirits of the river, warriors corrupted by the serpent's magic, bound to test all who dared enter this place. Baraka roared and swung his axe, striking one. Its body disintegrated into mist with a faint hiss. Others lunged simultaneously, forcing the companions into a chaotic fight. Blades clashed, spirits shrieked, and the light shifted, throwing the chamber into disorienting shadows. Aking darted through the chaos, her movements precise, cutting through spirits with her sword while protecting Duma. Her agility saved them more than once, but each strike seemed only to multiply their foes, as though the chamber itself conjured more with each victory. Jisiri fought relentlessly, spear flashing, moving in tandem with Kito, who used the staff to carve circles of protective light. The glowing runes sent waves of energy that repelled the spirits momentarily, but the chamber was endless, the illusions seemed infinite, echoing their attacks. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time had little meaning in this enchanted chamber. Exhaustion gnawed at their limbs, doubts gnawed at their hearts. Yet still they pressed on, driven by Jisiri's unwavering resolve. At one moment, Jisiri glanced at Kito. The staff glowed brighter than ever, yet he noticed a faint shadow behind Kito's eyes, a hesitation, a flicker that the serpent might still hold sway in some hidden corner of his mind. He said nothing, only tightened his grip on the spear. Trust, fragile and perilous, was their only shield now. At last, they reached the chamber's far end. A massive stone door loomed, carved with the image of the golden lion itself. Its eyes glimmered with faint light, the mane flowing like fire in stone. The companions collapsed near it, breaths ragged, wounds stinging, but their spirits still held. "This is it," Jisiri whispered, reverent. "The golden lion's hide lies beyond this door. One more trial, and the serpent will know that we do not break." Baraka spat blood onto the stone floor. "If the serpent hides another army behind that door, it will die for every drop I spill." Aking rested a hand on Jisiri's shoulder. "Together, we can face whatever awaits. But remember, the serpent's power lies not only in its body, but in what it plants within us. Keep your hearts clear, Jisiri." Kito's staff pulsed one last time, as if affirming her words. The final test is ahead. Not strength. Not weapons. But unity. And choices. One misstep, and all may be lost. The companions looked at one another. Fear was still there, doubt still lingered, but so was courage. They rose together, brushing water and dust from their bodies, ready to open the door and face the final trial that would determine not only the fate of the golden lion's hide, but the very soul of Zecora. The serpent's whispers echoed faintly behind the stone walls, a soft hiss of promise and threat intertwined. The true confrontation had only just begun. The stone door loomed before them like a sentinel carved from the bones of the earth itself. Its surface shimmered faintly under the pale phosphorescent light, as though alive. The image of the golden lion was etched into its entirety, eyes glowing amber, mane flowing with flame-like carvings. Even from a distance, it radiated power, the weight of centuries, the authority of a kingdom, and the promise of the impossible. Jisiri stepped forward first, spear poised. His muscles ached, his body still scarred from the flood and the skeletal guardian, yet his heart thudded with a mixture of determination and dread. "This is it," he whispered. "Beyond this door lies what we have come for. The golden lion's hide." Aking moved beside him, her face pale but resolute. "The serpent has left its mark on this place," she said softly, tracing a fingertip along the stone. "Every reflection, every shadow, it can twist our minds. We must be vigilant, not only for what waits beyond, but for what stirs within us." Baraka tightened his grip on his axe. "Enough talk. We open the door, we face it, and we strike until the serpent regrets ever drawing breath." Kito raised his staff. Its glow pulsed like a heartbeat, illuminating runes along the door that none of them had noticed before. "The lion's essence is bound to the serpent's power," he said. "This is no mere treasure. Every trial within will test not your strength alone, but your courage, your loyalty, and your hearts. One false step, one fractured trust, and the hide cannot be claimed." Jisiri's jaw tightened. "Then we step carefully. Together." He pressed his hand to the door. The moment his skin touched the stone, the chamber shivered as though the world itself inhaled. A low rumble echoed through the tunnel behind them, and the door slowly swung open without resistance, revealing a chamber vast enough to swallow their senses. The room was bathed in golden light, emanating not from torches but from the air itself. Floating motes glimmered like sparks from a fire, reflecting against walls carved with scenes of warriors, kings, and ancestors long gone. At the center rested the golden lion's hide, draped over an altar of black stone. Its radiance was mesmerizing, golden strands shimmered like liquid sunlight, and every movement seemed to ripple through the chamber. But the moment they stepped forward, the floor beneath them shifted. Stone panels rose like the coils of a serpent, dividing the room into paths that moved independently. Each path held illusions of grandeur and terror, visions of their deepest desires, fears, and doubts, all twisted by the serpent's magic. Aking froze, staring at an apparition of Jasiri kneeling in submission to the serpent. Her heart raced. "No, this isn't real," she whispered, but the vision pressed on her mind like the weight of a stone. Baraka swung his axe at another illusion, a hall filled with bones and the whispering faces of ancestors accusing him of betrayal. Each strike dispersed the image briefly, only for another to rise in its place. "It mocks us," he roared. "It wants us broken before we even touch the hide." Jasiri moved deliberately, spear held aloft. He felt the power of the altar drawing at him, testing him. Then, faintly, a whisper coiled around his mind, "Step aside, boy. Let the serpent claim your throne. You are not worthy." He shook his head violently, fighting the voice. "I am worthy," he shouted, voice echoing off the cavern walls. "Not for glory. Not for pride. For Zikora." Keto stepped forward, staff blazing. He chanted softly, the glow forming protective circles around the group. The illusions faltered slightly, but the whispers continued to creep, clawing at each mind. The companions realized quickly that the trial demanded more than strength, it required unity. Each of their fears was manifesting, but together, they could anchor each other. Duma lifted his trembling hands, pressing them against the altar as if to drum a rhythm that would steady their hearts. The pulse of his rhythm spread through the chamber, faint but unwavering, binding them with invisible threads. Aking grasped Jasiri's shoulder, whispering, "Remember the river. Remember the flood. We survived then, and we survive now. Together." Baraka's axe hummed in his hands. No illusions, no whispers. Only truth. We move as one. Slowly, deliberately, Jasiri stepped toward the golden lion's hide. Each step caused the illusions to grow more violent, more insistent, testing every ounce of their resolve. Specters of betrayal, visions of their loved ones in danger, and whispers of failure pressed in from every side. And then, just as he reached the altar, the serpentine voice returned, louder and more commanding, "One false move, and all is lost. The crown cannot be claimed without blood." Jasiri inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of Zikora on his shoulders. "If blood must fall," he said grimly, "let it be my own, not ours divided. We are bound by more than fear. We are bound by honor." With that, he grasped the golden lion's hide. Light erupted in the chamber, blinding and warm, rippling through every shadow, every illusion. The whispers faltered and died, the illusions shattered into fragments of shimmering mist, and the paths of the stone floor merged into a solid platform. The hide pulsed with power, yet Jasiri felt its warmth not as domination, but as a call, a recognition from the ancestors that he had endured the serpent's trials with courage and unity. Aking, Baraka, Duma, and Keto closed ranks around him, eyes wide with awe. They had survived the serpentine labyrinth, and for the first time since their journey began, a sense of triumph began to blossom. But even as relief washed over them, a shadow lingered in the corners of the chamber, a faint hiss coiling through the air. "The hide is yours, for now, but I am patient. Your trials are only beginning." Jasiri tightened his grip on the hide, feeling its threads weave through his spirit, whispering of strength, courage, and duty. "Then we will face what comes," he said, voice steady. "Together. No whispers, no illusions, only the truth of our hearts." And as the companions stood around the altar, the chamber seemed to pulse in approval, golden light bathing their faces, the weight of their journey both behind them and yet to come. The chamber had barely settled from the eruption of light when the companions realized that their trials were far from over. The golden lion's hide pulsed with warmth in Jasiri's hands, its threads almost alive, whispering courage and power, but also a subtle warning: strength alone could not protect them from what came next. The tunnel back was narrower than the one that had brought them here, twisting like a snake's spine, the walls slick with condensation and carved with runes that shimmered faintly under the hide's glow. Every step felt heavier than the last, the air thicker, and the shadows seemed to press closer. Aking led the way, spear poised, eyes scanning every curve in the passage. "The serpent's influence does not end," she said quietly, her voice echoing slightly against the wet stone. "Even with the hide, it still watches. Still whispers. It feeds on doubt." Baraka grunted, hefting his axe. "Let it whisper. Let it watch. We have the prize now, and I will see it return to Zecora or die trying." Keto's staff shimmered faintly, illuminating the runes along the walls. His expression was unreadable, though his eyes darted occasionally to Jaciri, as if measuring both the hide's power and its effect on the prince. "The hide strengthens you," he said softly, "but it also magnifies weakness. Fear, anger, pride, they all grow in its presence. You must be vigilant, not just of the serpent, but of yourselves." Jaciri tightened his grip on the hide, feeling its threads coil gently around his forearms. "I am aware," he said, voice steady. "But we cannot falter now. Zecora waits." As they moved deeper, the tunnel began to narrow and bend unpredictably. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and whispers, soft, enticing, dangerous, coiled around each companion's mind. Aking froze suddenly, staring at a shadow that flickered along the walls. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her hand tightening around her spear. Baraka snorted. "If it's a whisper, it's the serpent's trick. Ignore it and move." But the whispers were relentless. Each companion began to hear their deepest fears and desires, distorted into commands and accusations. Duma's heartbeat faltered, and for the first time, his rhythm, the invisible thread that had guided them through countless trials, wavered. Keto stepped closer to Jaciri, voice calm but urgent. "Do not let the hide's power blind you. The serpent's whispers are like shadows, they imitate truth, but they are lies." Jaciri nodded, swallowing hard. "Then we speak nothing, trust nothing except each other." The tunnel opened into a cavern of black water, stretching far into darkness. The only light came from the hide, casting golden reflections across the rippling surface. The water was still, yet it seemed alive, undulating subtly, as if breathing. From the depths, a low hiss emerged, vibrating through the stone floor. Then, slowly, the massive shape of the serpent god rose, its thick, olive and gold scales glistening even in the faint light. Its eyes, burning with intelligence and fury, fixed on Jaciri and the hide. The companions froze. The serpent coiled around itself, slowly, deliberately, a predator sizing up its prey. Then, with a sudden surge, it struck, water crashing over the stone ledge as the creature's massive coils surged toward them. Jaciri barely had time to shout orders. "Positions. Protect the hide at all costs." Baraka leapt forward, swinging his axe, cleaving at the serpent's head as it lunged. The creature hissed, massive jaws snapping, forcing him to retreat. Aking darted to the side, striking at its coils with precision, but the serpent's thick body was nearly impervious. Duma, though weakened, began to drum a rhythm into the stone floor, the sound vibrating through their bones, forcing the serpent to pause momentarily. "Focus," he cried, sweat running down his face. "The hide gives power, but only through unity." Keto's staff blazed, sending arcs of light across the serpent's body. The creature recoiled slightly, but its fury only grew, and the water around them began to churn violently. Then, the unthinkable happened. One of the companions hesitated. Aking's eyes flicked toward Keto, a shadow of doubt in her gaze. The serpent hissed, as if it sensed the fracture forming in their unity. Its massive body lunged again, this time coiling around the companions with terrifying speed. Jaciri barely had time to thrust the hide forward, and even then, the serpent's coils caught him first, wrapping around his torso, squeezing with immense strength. Pain shot through his ribs, forcing the air from his lungs. The hide pulsed in response, threads of golden light expanding outward, attempting to push the serpent back, but the grip was relentless. "Jaciri!" Aking shouted, lunging forward with her spear. "Hold your ground." Jaciri rasped, fighting against the crushing weight. "Focus the hide's power, together." Baraka heaved with all his strength, driving his axe into the serpent's scales near Jasiri's head. The serpent shrieked, loosening its grip just enough for Jasiri to pivot and stab with his spear, threads of light from the hide piercing the creature's side. Keto stepped forward, chanting, staff blazing, weaving protective circles that pressed against the serpent like walls of fire. The golden threads of the hide intertwined with Keto's magic, wrapping the serpent's massive coils in radiant light. The creature shrieked, thrashing violently, and then, with a final surge of combined effort from all companions, it recoiled and plunged back into the black water, sending waves cascading across the cavern floor. Silence fell, broken only by their ragged breathing. Jasiri collapsed to his knees, the hide draped across his shoulders, glowing faintly, warm against his bruised chest. The companions gathered around him, exhausted but alive, unity restored for the moment, though the shadow of the serpent's whispers lingered still. Baraka spat onto the stone floor, voice hoarse. If that beast thinks it can claim us, it will learn otherwise. But, it almost had us. Aching wiped sweat and water from her face. We survived, yes. But the serpent's influence, it grows stronger with each step. We must be vigilant. Every glance, every thought, even among ourselves, it tests us. Jasiri nodded slowly, placing a hand on the hide. Its warmth was reassuring, but he could feel the weight of destiny pressing down. We have it. The hide. But the serpent has not yet given up. This is not the end, it is only the beginning. Keto lowered his staff, voice low, almost whispering. The serpent's final trials are ahead. And soon, you will understand the true cost of claiming the golden lion's hide. The companions looked at one another, eyes reflecting exhaustion, determination, and fear. The path back to Zikora was still long, and each step was now laden with the serpent's unseen influence, testing their unity, their courage, and the very strength of their hearts. The cavern fell behind them, its shadows and echoes retreating like a tide, yet the sense of danger clung to the companions like a second skin. The tunnel back was narrower, its walls slick with moisture, twisting unpredictably, and the faint phosphorescent light from the minerals created shapes that seemed almost alive. Every footstep echoed with the memories of their confrontation with the serpent god, and the golden lion's hide pulsed softly against Jasiri's chest, its warmth a fragile comfort. Akeing moved first, spear held high. The serpent's domain does not end with its lair, she warned. Every corner, every reflection could hold another trap. We must remain vigilant, not just for it, but for what it might awaken within us. Baraka's axe dripped from the last encounter, his muscles tense. Let it awaken. We are not children to be frightened by shadows. If the serpent wants a fight, it will get one. Duma's hands trembled slightly as he traced the rhythm of his drum on the stone floor, each beat echoing through the narrow tunnel, anchoring their resolve. The hide calls to more than power, he said softly. It tests the soul. Beware, what is hidden in the heart can become more dangerous than any coil. Keto's staff pulsed with faint light, illuminating runes carved into the wet stone. His expression remained calm, but his eyes were sharp, assessing not only the path ahead but the companions themselves. The serpent does not only attack the body, he murmured. It manipulates the mind, tempts with desire, whispers betrayal. One fracture, one doubt, and it wins without striking. Jasiri's grip on the hide tightened. Then we move as one. No hesitation, no fear. Together. The tunnel curved sharply, opening onto a subterranean river, its surface black as ink. The current was swift, unnaturally so, as though the river itself were alive and impatient. The companions paused at its edge, each feeling the latent power humming in the water, the echo of the serpent's presence. It wants us to doubt the water, Akeing said, her eyes scanning for currents, whirlpools, anything that could sweep them away. Do not look at it with fear, look at it as a path, nothing more. Baraka tested the river's edge with a booted foot, shivering at the icy grip. This is more than a river. It's a living trap. Keto extended his staff, tracing the water's surface with light. The serpent has twisted this river. Follow the path of the currents, not the eye. Trust in your companions, not your instincts alone. Jasiri nodded, stepping in first, hide held high. The water pressed against his legs, cold and unyielding, but he kept moving. The companions followed in single file, each step synchronized, each mind focused. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time became meaningless in the subterranean labyrinth. The river split, twisted, and bent unpredictably, revealing illusions along its banks. Trees that were not there, villages of whispers, shadows of those they loved and feared. Aking froze at the sight of a vision of Jasiri kneeling in submission to a phantom serpent, eyes wide with betrayal. "No, it cannot be," she whispered, heart hammering. Jasiri shook his head violently. "It is an illusion. The serpent tests our loyalty. We do not break here." Baraka roared and swung his axe at another apparition, a shadowy figure of Duma striking him with a dagger. The figure vanished as his axe connected, but another rose immediately behind it. "It will not end," he shouted, voice echoing. Duma's drumming intensified, each strike reverberating through the river, dispersing some of the illusions but leaving the companions exhausted. Even Keto's staff could not banish the most persistent visions entirely. They were fragments of desire, fear, and doubt magnified by the hide's own power. Then the river split into a series of rapids, white water crashing against jagged stones. The companions had to cling to their makeshift raft, the hide carefully secured in Jasiri's arms. The current roared like the voice of the serpent itself, testing not their bodies, but their trust in one another. "Hold together!" Jasiri shouted, muscles straining as the raft was nearly thrown against the rocks. "Do not let go." Aking's spear was thrust into the riverbed to anchor them. Baraka's axe hacked at protruding roots and debris, while Duma's drumbeats created a rhythm that seemed to stabilize the craft. Keto's staff pulsed, creating a faint barrier around the hide that guided the currents away from the raft's most vulnerable side. For a moment, they moved as one, a single unit of hearts and minds, resisting the serpent's manipulations. Then came the whispers, soft and insidious. "One of you does not belong. One will betray. Let the others drown, and the hide will be mine." Aking's eyes darted to Keto. Keto's eyes flicked to Jasiri. Baraka glared at Duma. Suspicion, fragile and poisonous, began to coil among them. Even as they fought the river, they were now fighting their own minds, resisting thoughts of betrayal and selfishness. Jasiri's voice cut through the tension. "Enough. If we let fear turn us against each other, the serpent wins without striking. Trust in your companions, not the whispers." Duma's hands shook as he drummed harder, forcing his rhythm into their minds. The illusions faltered. Baraka's growl softened as he focused again. Aking's grip on her spear tightened, eyes fixed on Jasiri. Keto stepped closer, staff pulsing, anchoring them to reality. Slowly, the raft stabilized. They moved forward through the rapids, battered but united. Yet even as relief settled in, the serpent's final test loomed ahead, a choice that would demand not only courage, but sacrifice. And somewhere, deep in the twisting currents of the river, the serpent god watched, patient, waiting for the moment to strike again. The river widened at last, spilling into a dark, glassy basin that stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of water and stone, and the faint glow of the golden lion's hide reflected across the surface like liquid sunlight. Yet the serenity was false. The basin's stillness seemed to hum with a silent, ominous pulse, as if the serpent god itself lay in wait beneath the waters. Jasiri tightened his grip on the hide, every muscle coiled with tension. "This is the end of the river," he whispered. "The serpent waits here, and we must face it together." Aking stepped forward, spear poised, eyes darting to the shimmering reflections on the basin. The currents are not natural. Every ripple is a test, every shadow a lie. Move carefully. Baraka slammed his axe into the wooden prow of the canoe. "Enough of shadows. Let it strike if it dares, we will answer with steel." Duma's hands drummed lightly on the raft, the rhythm faint but steady, anchoring their spirits and keeping fear at bay. Keto's staff glowed, illuminating the basin with faint runes that shimmered along the water, creating protective circles around the hide. For a heartbeat, all seemed calm. Then the water erupted violently, coils of the serpent god bursting upward with a force that sent waves crashing against the raft. Its massive head towered above them, eyes burning with a green-gold fury, jaws open wide, dripping venom that hissed against the stone edges of the basin. The companions leapt into action. Baraka swung his axe, striking at the serpent's thick scales, sparks flying as metal met armor like hide. Achaean darted with unmatched speed, her spear slicing at the creature's eyes and flanks, keeping it at bay. Jacairi's muscles strained as the serpent's massive coils wrapped around him, squeezing with terrifying force, threatening to crush every bone in his body. Pain shot through him, yet the golden lion's hide glowed brighter in response, threads of golden light pulsing outward, resisting the serpent's grip. Focus. Jacairi gasped, teeth gritted. Together. We are stronger than its coils, stronger than its lies. Keto raised the staff high, chanting in a voice that resonated through the basin. Arcs of light shot from the tip, binding the serpent's coils in golden threads that shimmered like fire in water. The creature hissed and thrashed, but the combined magic of the hide and the staff held it. Duma's drumming intensified, the rhythm now a roaring heartbeat that filled the basin, forcing the serpent to recoil slightly. Achaean's spear found its mark repeatedly, and Baraka hacked at every coil that threatened Jacairi, their movement synchronized as if driven by a single mind. Yet the serpent god was cunning. One massive coil broke free, striking Baraka and sending him tumbling into the water. Achaean screamed, lunging to save him, but the creature's eyes flicked to her, whispering in a voice only she could hear, "Turn against them, and all is yours. Betray the prince, and the hide will be free." Her hands trembled on the spear, heart pounding. Doubt clawed at her, whispering of glory, safety, and survival. But she remembered Jacairi's words, the bond of trust they had forged through floods, shadows, and illusions. She forced her fear down, planting her spear firmly and striking with precision, severing the coil that threatened Baraka. Jacairi gritted his teeth as the serpent's grip tightened further, nearly crushing the hide from his shoulders. With a roar, he thrust the spear straight through a gap in the serpent's scales, threads of golden light from the hide bursting into the wound. The serpent shrieked, a deafening, hissing cry that shook the very edges of the basin. The companions pressed forward, unity unbroken, courage unwavering. One by one, they struck in concert, Baraka hacking, Achaean piercing, Duma drumming, Keto weaving protective spells, Jacairi leading with spear and heart. The serpent god thrashed violently, but the bonds of trust and the power of the hide were stronger than fear, deception, and brute force combined. Finally, with a colossal roar, the serpent god plunged back into the depths, the waters calming in the aftermath, leaving the basin eerily still. The companions gasped, wet, bruised, and exhausted, but alive. The golden lion's hide shimmered on Jacairi's shoulders, radiant and warm, the threads pulsing in harmony with their united hearts. Achaean wiped water from her eyes, breathing heavily. "It's done, for now." Baraka spat into the basin, a grim smile crossing his face. "We faced it together. No whispers, no lies could break us." Jacairi lowered the hide, looking at each companion with pride and gratitude. "We have won this trial, but the journey back to Zecora is still long. And the serpent's power, it will follow us." Keto nodded, voice calm but somber. "The hide has been claimed, yes. But every choice we make from here, every step towards Zecora, will test the strength of our unity. The serpent's domain does not end, it simply watches, waiting for weakness." Duma's fingers drummed lightly against the hide, almost instinctively. "We have survived, and we will continue. Not as individuals, but as one. The serpent's trials have only made us stronger, if we remain united." The companions gathered close, the golden lion's hide radiant between them. For a moment, they allowed themselves to breathe, to taste victory. Yet, beneath the calm surface of the basin, subtle ripples hinted that the serpent god's influence was far from over, and the greatest challenge, perhaps the most personal, the most perilous, still awaited on the journey home. The journey back to Zecora was slower than the voyage out, though the river seemed to flow in their favor. Yet the golden lion's hide pulsed constantly against Jacairi's chest, its threads of light winding around him like living serpents. The companions felt its warmth, but each sensed, in the quiet moments, that it was more than warmth, it whispered to their hearts, stirring ambition, fear, and longing. Achaean, paddling beside Jacairi, was the first to speak. "The hide, it calls to more than courage. I feel it in my dreams, in my thoughts. It promises power, safety, even glory beyond this journey. But it also shows what we could lose. Baraka grunted, rubbing the bruises on his arms. Let it promise whatever it wants. I've faced the serpent, and I'll face any whisper it sends. The river has nothing left to frighten me. Duma drummed lightly, the rhythm a steady heartbeat against the tension. It is testing us, not with claws or teeth, but with temptation. The serpent god's influence lingers. Each of us feels it differently. We must remember why we began this quest, or we will fall into shadows of our own making. Keto's staff glowed faintly, casting protective circles around the canoe. Every choice now matters. Every glance, every word, every thought. The hide strengthens, yes, but it also magnifies what is hidden. Pride, anger, fear, even jealousy. Beware what you allow yourself to feel. The serpent's whispers are patient, and they never sleep. Jasiri's jaw tightened as he gripped the hide. Then we keep our minds sharp, our hearts steady, and our unity unbroken. Zecora awaits, and the throne will not be lost again. As they rounded a bend, the river widened into a fog-shrouded basin. The mist was thick, curling around the canoe like ghostly fingers. The companions felt the subtle weight of unseen eyes watching them, pressing on their spirits. Suddenly, the whisper came, not the serpent's voice from the depths, but a suggestion in their minds, soft and tempting. One of you could rule beside the prince, if the others were gone. Akiing's grip on her paddle faltered. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. No, we cannot, we are together. But Baraka's eyes flickered toward the hide. What if the prince cannot hold it? What if one of us could claim it and restore Zecora faster, stronger? The words were unspoken, yet they carried weight. Duma's drumming slowed, hesitating as he felt a shadow of doubt creep in. We promised unity, but the hide tempts. It tests loyalty. I must focus. Keto stepped closer to Jasiri, lowering his staff so it touched the hide lightly. The moment we entertain doubt is the moment we lose more than the river can take. Keep them focused, Jasiri. They will follow your heart as long as it is true. Jasiri exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a heartbeat. We started this together. We faced the serpent's domain together. And we returned to Zecora together. Night fell over the misty basin, the fog thickening so that even the canoe seemed to float in empty air. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, the creak of the paddle, the drip of water from the trees, even the faint glow of the hide, felt amplified, and in the quiet, each companion wrestled with the whispers in their hearts. Akiing finally broke the silence. I saw visions in the mist, she said quietly. Zecora, the throne, the serpent, and us, torn apart by ambition. We must stay together. We must not let the hide's power make enemies of friends. Baraka grunted but did not reply. His eyes were fixed on the shadows of the fog, scanning for danger yet also feeling the lure of what the hide might grant. Duma's fingers drummed nervously on the canoe's edge. It is testing patience, courage, and loyalty. One of us falters, and the entire journey could collapse. Keto's eyes glimmered in the glow of the hide. Beware that test. It is subtle, silent, and deadly. Even a single thought of betrayal can be as lethal as the serpent's coil. Jasiri adjusted the hide over his shoulders, feeling the weight of not just the quest, but the responsibility it carried. Then we stay awake, and we watch each other. We speak our fears aloud, so the whispers cannot twist them. And so, they paddled through the night, the fog curling around them like living spirits. Shadows danced on the water, some real, some illusions, all reflecting the tension now growing among them. Each companion felt the pull of ambition, fear, and desire, the hide whispering possibilities that were both dazzling and dangerous. By the time the first light of dawn painted the mist in gold, the companions were silent but alert. They had survived the night, but each knew that the most perilous challenges were not the serpent's coils or the treacherous river, they were the choices and doubts that now lived in their own hearts. The golden lion's hide had been claimed, but its true test had only just begun. And as the first rays of sunlight struck the misty river, it seemed to shimmer with a promise both glorious and terrifying, that the path back to Zikora would demand courage, loyalty, and the strength to resist the most seductive whisper of all, the promise of power at the cost of friendship. The first light of dawn broke over the kingdom of Zikora, painting the city in soft gold and crimson. Yet the palace, once resplendent, now seemed shadowed and foreboding, as if it had sensed the approach of Jisiri and his companions. Word had spread swiftly. The prince who had vanished to chase a legendary prize had returned, carrying the golden lion's hide, the emblem of ancestral power and the right to rule. Jisiri's heart pounded as he stepped onto the palace steps, the hide draped across his shoulders, radiant and alive. The companions flanked him, Akeeing, spear in hand, eyes sharp with unwavering loyalty, Baraka, muscles coiled, axe at the ready, Duma, rhythm in his fingers, pulse of courage and magic, and Keto, staff glowing faintly, a protective aura circling the group. The crowd that had gathered murmured, some in awe, some in fear. The elders, gray and solemn, whispered to one another, their eyes flicking to the prince in the hide. At the top of the steps, Jisiri's uncle awaited, regal in posture yet trembling with fury. His eyes, dark and calculating, locked on the golden lion's hide. "So," he said, voice low and venomous, "you return, after abandoning your kingdom for a child's quest. And you bring this," he gestured at the hide. "As if the ancestors themselves have chosen you." Jisiri's jaw tightened. "I return not to beg, uncle, but to claim what is rightfully mine. Zikora's people deserve a ruler with courage, wisdom, and honor, not fear, deceit, and tyranny." The uncle laughed, a sound that echoed coldly through the palace courtyard. "Courage. Honor. You speak of virtue while chasing a legend. Power belongs to those who seize it, not those who wander after fables." He raised his hands, and shadows rose behind him, dark priests and enforcers loyal to his command. The companions formed a circle around Jisiri, weapons ready, their bond tested through rivers, shadows, and serpents. Akeeing hissed through clenched teeth, "He would have us believe we are outnumbered. But we are stronger than we appear." Duma drummed a rapid rhythm on the stone, the sound vibrating with the magic of the hide. The air shimmered, the glow from Jisiri's shoulders spreading in pulses that steadied their courage and unsettled the uncle's followers. Baraka's roar split the tension. "We have fought serpents, storms, and illusions together. Do you think mere mortals can frighten us now?" The uncle's fury boiled, and with a wave of his hand, the ground quaked. Shadowy forms rose from the steps, twisting like smoke, attempting to snare the companions in darkness. But Keto raised his staff, weaving a protective circle that made the shadows recoil. Jisiri stepped forward, the hide thrumming with power. He felt the presence of his ancestors, the wisdom and strength of Zikora flowing through him. "This ends now," he declared. "No more lies, no more fear. You cannot rule by treachery while the truth stands before you." The uncle's eyes narrowed. "Then fight for it, boy." The battle erupted like a storm. Blades clashed, shadows hissed, and the ground trembled beneath magic and might. Baraka hacked relentlessly, clearing a path through the dark priests. Akeeing's spear moved with precision and grace, deflecting attacks and striking where strength alone would falter. Duma's rhythm controlled the battlefield, pulses of energy weaving through the chaos, strengthening Jisiri and his companions while unraveling the uncle's dark magic. Jisiri faced his uncle directly, spear in hand, the golden lion's hide glowing with ancestral light. The uncle lunged with a curved blade, striking for the prince's heart, but Jisiri pivoted, using the hide's radiant threads to entangle and unbalance him. Light and shadow collided in a dazzling display, illuminating the palace in gold and darkness. "You were never meant to rule with fear," Jisiri shouted, closing the distance. "The ancestors judge by courage, loyalty, and honor, not deceit." With one final surge, the prince's spear, strengthened by the hide and the unity of his companions, struck true. The uncle fell, the shadows dissipating, leaving the palace silent but filled with golden light. The crowd stared, awestruck, as Jisiri stood, the hide draped across his shoulders, glowing warmly. The elders stepped forward, bowing. "The prophecy has been fulfilled," one murmured. "The ancestors have chosen their king." Akeeing smiled faintly, exhaustion in her eyes but pride in her heart. "Zikora is yours, Jisiri. You have earned it, not alone, but together." Baraka clapped him on the shoulder. "And may no serpent, shadow, or tyrant ever make you doubt that unity is strength." Duma drummed softly, a gentle rhythm of triumph and remembrance, while Keto's staff dimmed, satisfied that the magic had served its purpose. Jasiri lifted the golden lion's hide, feeling its warmth seep into his bones. "We have returned, yes," he said, voice firm yet humble, "but we have also learned. Strength wins battles, courage carries us through trials, and loyalty binds the heart. Zikora will rise anew, and its king will honor every promise made, to the people, to the ancestors, and to each other." The palace gates opened, the citizens cheering, sunlight streaming down upon them. The journey had been long, perilous, and full of shadow, but the trials had forged not only a king but a united fellowship that no darkness could sunder. And as Jasiri ascended the throne, draped in the golden lion's hide, he glanced at his companions, each a hero in their own right, and whispered a silent vow: the kingdom of Zikora would never again fall to betrayal, pride, or fear. The serpent god's shadow lingered only in memory, a reminder that courage, unity, and the strength of the heart were the truest powers a king could wield. The story of the prince who lost everything, and reclaimed not only his throne but his destiny, would be told for generations, a West African folktale of courage, loyalty, and the eternal bond between the living, the spirits, and the ancestors. The end.